Hello, we're back at it again with more Honkai Star Rail. Give me a second here to get set up here. Just looking at like the Path of Exile trading site. There's some stuff that I need. Anyways. Alright, let's get started. Good evening. Happy Saturday. We're gonna continue with the main story update for Honkai Star Rail. When does the next episode of Cinderella Grey come out? Tomorrow. It's tomorrow. Alright. Haven't like streamed. Well, I did miss some days where I didn't stream for the past couple of days. Have been like binge watching The Pit. It's a medical drama that's out on HBO Max. Really good show. It's very reminiscent of how ER back in the day. It does have Noah Wiles as one of the executive producers, who was also the actor of the main protagonist of ER, so that's what where he gets the sauce from for The Pit, pretty much. But yeah, it really takes me back. I really enjoyed that show. As being somebody who like binged watched all 11 episodes of 11 seasons of ER, so it was a blast to watch. Like 50 episodes over the past like 4 days, maybe. A lot of episodes. My eyes are practically burning through the backside of my head. Alright, what's to say? Black monsters are twisted in form and their life has turned to ash together with their souls. It's impossible to figure out their form when they were still alive. They look like the whatchamacallums from Zenless Zone Zero. Don Hung says these are the remains of a black tide monster. It looks different from the Titankin from up close. What's that underneath? A scroll? Weh. Not gonna read that. Don Hung says, as I expected, the Grove doesn't forbid for discussions about the sky. It's a debate between two scholars about the sky ships. Aglaya also made mention of the ships. When she interrogated us, a memory I'd rather forget. I'll hold on to this for now. With any luck, this journey won't leave us empty-handed. Wait, Don Hung said what? Huh? He said, huh? I said before he like... I probably said that before I interacted with a black tide monster that's dead. The corrupted soul. Oh shit, that's Hyacinth. One sec. She's probably about to get into a fight here. Just to avoid getting into a fight. I don't have Don Hung leveled. I'm a fake Don Hung lover. Let's bring in Acheron into play here, just so we can skip some fights that we can just avoid. Though it looks like Hyacinth's getting jumped here. Don Hung says that's Hyacinth? Why is she surrounded by so many monsters? As much faith as I have in her, it's probably a good idea to help her out there.
Really now? This is way more trouble than I could have asked for.
Don Hung says, need a hand?
Or you could sit back and watch.
Does she got that? Is she cracked? She is a playable character, so she ought to be cracked. Don Hung says, I can't tell if you're serious or not, but being hard to read isn't without its perks, I suppose.
I'm kidding, Danny. Lend me a hand, pretty please. All right, now let's get him.
Let's get him. Wow, that's a pretty funny looking like crack right there. Wait, let me get a screenshot. No, it played. Mem.
As you wish. Time to cleanse the filth.
Mem. She can speak now, so I'm wondering, like, why is she still
Embrace a new
memming?
life.
Memming it out.
Turn to dust.
Oh shit, Acheron is fucking dying. Hello? Dan Heng says this place is practically in ruins. What happened? There shouldn't be this many monsters here.
The black tide is remarkably quick to detect the light of Amphorius. So or rather, the blessings of the Sky Priest in me, might have unknowingly called them to me. Anyway, never mind that for now. Here, you might want to have a look at this. I found it around here and thought it might be of interest to you.
What's it? Another scholars debate. You know what? Let's read through this. A debate record between two scholars, most are ineligible, leaving only fragments of dialogue. Somebody named Beautypro? Well then, enlighten me. What exactly do you mean by examining from another perspective? Somebody who is not named here, question mark. Unknown person says, simple, you see. When we stand normally, the sky is above. When we stand on our heads, it's below our feet. Beautypro says, I don't even want to know what kind of situation inspired you to make such exalted theories. By the way, I have a student who loves to write satirical comedies and once wrote about a fool who could not figure out a question no matter what. The unknown person says, as I said, there's no reasoning with you venerationists. You're like Dromesis. Oh! It's an Axa. You're like Dromesis, huge yet always gazing downward at the earth. Well, I want to be the wasp that stings the Dromus. Never mind, who's this? The unknown person says, but what if that state tyrant's defeat simply proved that among all the paths to Aquila, the sky ship was the wrong one? Oh, it is Anaxagoras, okay. Euthipro says, Anaxagoras, you impious blasphemer, mark my words, you will eventually answer for your sacrilege. I doubt your students or that young teaching assistant girl have any idea what secret research you're truly conducting. Legible content ends here. Dan Heng says, Anaxagoras. He's the scholar who infused himself with the core flame of reason.
This is new. I didn't know Professor Anaxa was researching the sky. He's never mentioned anything about it.
Dan Heng says, Fianon said Anaxa might be opposed to the Flame Chase journey.
Might is an understatement. Anaxa has never been one to venerate the gods, nor has he ever found it within himself to put any faith in the prophecy. People have come to think of him as a heretic, even in a place as liberal as the Grove. Yet, it is also this very blasphemer that Circe's favors. Fate sure works in mysterious ways.
Dan Heng says, I picked up a scroll on my way here too. That looks like it may be related to the one you're holding.
Oh? Let me have a look.
Wait, can I actually read it through? I skipped it earlier, my bad. I should have actually read it. It should have been relevant. It was actually not that too long.
By the looks of them, these scrolls are records of two conversations that took place in the same setting, one after the other.
She has such a pleasant voice. I can't keep Dan Heng says, there's so much I don't know about the Grove. Do you mind if I ask you a few questions?
Sure, go ahead.
So polite. Who are the Venerationists?
The Grove of Epiphany is home to 7 schools of thought. While all 7 schools are founded on the ideologies of Thalesis, the first scholar, each is unique in its own way. Among them, the Venerationists revere and worship the Titans the most.
Oh, no wonder Anaxa was beefing with them.
As the sage of the Venerationists, Euthyphro has always been at loggerheads with Anaxa.
Euthyphro.
If we were to place the 7 sages on the scales of Talanton, Anaxa and Euthyphro would be placed on opposite sides to achieve balance.
Dan Hung says a very illustrative explanation. Thank you. Thank you. Was it a mistake to build the skyships?
Nearly everyone in Amphorius has heard the story of the skyships by now. Aquila's stature is loftier than the heavens, and their divine retribution is merciless.
So we need to simply bring down Aquila, why not?
That's why it's no use building giant skyfaring ships. Oh, but I do wonder if a supercharged mini Treaty cannon could slip past their watch.
Dan Hong says that was a joke, right? What is Anaxa's field of study? We know about this.
Newsporists primarily study the application of alchemy in soul repair.
Yep.
Everyone considers Anaxa a blasphemer, but that has never stopped him from sharing his ideas, no matter how taboo. If you must say that he's hiding something, then it's likely what lies beneath his eye patch.
Her hyacinths, I wanted to make put this attention. Like I think Hyacinth's like mouth syncing has been a lot better than like Castoris. Like the past few interactions with Castoris, she wasn't like, there was no like mouth syncing with Castoris. Like the first time we interacted with her during this patch, it was kind of odd, but I didn't take note of it at that time. But now it looks like Hyacinth is treated a lot better. I don't have any more questions.
Anaxa often says that every failure brings us one step closer to the truth. Perhaps, to him, the crash of the skyship carries a different interpretation. The firmament is not impenetrable. On the contrary, it was precisely because the skyship represented the first step toward breaking free from the shackles of the earth that it provoked the wrath of the Sky Titan and brought divine punishment upon itself. It's a shame that the majority of the Grove's research on Aquila was headed by the Venerationists, with sacrificial rituals making up a predominant part of their findings. Discourse about more esoteric subject matters in relation to Aquila dwindled even further after the skyship incident. So much so that even this scroll is completely new to me.
Huh. Dan Hung says, don't worry about it, we'll just collect everything we can find on the Titans for now. There's something else that's caught my attention though. This says that Anaxa is conducting secret experiments of some sort.
That's what I'd like to know. What are these experiments he's involved in? Even I, the assistant lecturer, know next to nothing about them.
It's pretty funny that she's the assistant lecturer. She's cute. Cute and tiny.
Bad feeling about this. Could there be more to what happened at the Grove?
She looks more like she's a student than she is a lecturer. It's pretty funny. She probably taught like Phynon and Castoris too at some point.
A place where the Grove stores its collection of tomes. Other than books written by the 7 schools, you can also find philosophical texts, ballads, and religious writings from the Outlands here. Cities that desire to learn from the Grove were apparently expected to contribute knowledge of equal value to what they sought. We've had more than our fair share of hilarious episodes over the years. For instance, it's said that the Erythrocheramists once borrowed a manuscript from a certain author, but ended up returning a copy instead of the original. What's more, the original manuscript was supposedly then hidden here.
Dan Hong says that doesn't seem like a nice thing to do. Oh yeah, that's saying as what's his position in the Astral Express? The archiver.
Nice? No need to hold yourself back, Danny. You can just tell it like it is. their behavior was no different from bandits.
Don Hung says, well, if you don't mind, did the Grove ever rob Castrum Kremnos?
Whew. You've got me there.
Hello.
Some said you couldn't even find a dictionary.
What is that emoji?
Kremnos. So I guess they were spared.
What is that emoji? Oh. Carp streamer? Try to put a flag. Anyways, good evening. How's it going?
There are too many books in the library of Philia. Flipping through them all will take too long. Why
It's
don't we
Rococo's
use the
voice
video
actor.
slate to search for the texts we need? We can bring them back to Akama for reading after that.
It's Rochia in another game. They've started hiring like British voice actors, English voice actors. Don Hung says, agreed, this place isn't safe, we should leave as soon as we're done. There's still 7 more scrolls strewn all over the place. I'll gather them while you pull up those texts. This way, nothing will be overlooked. Can hear a Holly Earl super clearly. Like, what else has she done? You could really hear her. Mostly just... yeah, Rochia recently. Hey, she's getting roles. She was in Stellar Blade, she was in Kazan, Wuthering Waves. Oh, League of Legends, I see. What's League of Legends? Fuck is that? Wahahaha. These are complaint letters from the scholars about Anaxagoras, the blasphemer. There's a thick stack of letters. Oh. He was hated. Based on the dust accumulated in the perfectly intact seals, the complainee did not even bother opening them and just chucked them aside into a corner. Don Hung says, this is about Anaxa? I should read this. Hyacinth, you should come have a look too. Hyacinth, oomph.
Ugh, it's so dusty in here. Whoa. Are these all complaints about him?
Everything you do is either goal achieving or attention relieving.
I can already see what they must have written. Anaxa has no respect for the gods. His very existence undermines order in our society. They're probably all things like that.
For League of Legends. Does Anaxa hold that much influence?
Why else would they call him the great performer? When Anaxa established his school of thought, the first thing he apparently did was read his own work to everyone.
Depression. Don Hung's voice got muted, bruh. It's the SAG-AFTRA strike. What's going on right now? I feel like they're part of it. How's it going? Fucking depression?
Are the
Good evening.
Titans truly an accurate reflection of what humans think gods should be? Worlds created by gods are indubitably perfect, but not glorious.
My old
Only
friend.
foolishness and insensitivity everywhere you turn.
It's pretty funny to hear Holly Earl here compared to like Rochia, where she's like a lot more expressive. Don Hung says an uncanny impersonation. What happened after?
They marched him straight to the seat of judgment before he could finish.
Oh,
Though what he took on in the end was more of a debate than an actual trial. He had to address every one of the scholar's allegations, or face expulsion from the Grove.
he beat all of the allegations?
The first allegation was... Do you agree that since the Titans created the heavens and earth, so the mountains, rivers, and seas must likewise be their creations?
What did he say? Don Hung says, am I supposed to put myself in an Anaxia's shoes and answer that? Well, definitely no. Based on the history of the Flame Chase journey, humans have the potential to take over the divinity of Titans.
Anaxa said the same thing then.
Oh,
Needless to say, his critics didn't take kindly to his answer, so they followed up with a second allegation.
Anaxa's beating the allegations.
You claim to be studying souls, yet you are, in fact, defiling them and committing acts condemned by the gods. Do you admit it?
She loves to do this. Why does she love to do that? Dan Heng says that's a serious allegation. Did he really do that?
Anaxa always wears an eye patch, never removing it, even when alone. Some say he used one of his eyes as an alchemical ingredient.
In fact, he did. Kind of.
Every being in the world owes their safekeeping to Kifili, and this is even more so for the Chrysos heirs who have divine blood coursing through them. If he has really done something of that nature, then it'd indeed be sacrilegious. Thankfully, they had no way to prove it, so it amounted to nothing more than an allegation in the end.
He beat the allegations.
Anaxa engaged in wars of words against those who would challenge him. Toward the end, a scholar asked him, Anaxagoras, have you any respect for the gods? It was only after a brief silence that he answered, I have never denied that titans are meant to be noble constructs.
Dan Heng says, but he didn't say that the Titans are not noble. Rings louder in this case.
Yes. I'm not sure how that controversy was eventually resolved. But what's for certain, at least, is that Anaxa was allowed to stay in the grove where he continued his research, despite being regarded as a heretic.
Wouldn't mind your cast on cooperating with any DPS like Acheron, but since you did that, I feel like you should bring the Herder for funds. I'm just like bringing out Acheron mainly just to deal with like overworld mobs. We're not doing anything that's too like strenuous anyway, so I'm just running whoever the fuck. Not like anybody should be like troubled beyond like Mach or whatever endgame modes there are. It's just running around. Just have Acheron wash up, wipe the floor with her talent.
By the way, this stack of complaint letters has reminded me of a place in the grove. We may find clues there that aren't on the teleslate. I'm talking about Anaxa's alchemy lab, hidden between the cornerstones.
His own atelier? Anaxa's atelier? Dan Heng says, given the Grove's meticulous approach to archiving, could there really be such an oversight right under their noses?
It's a well-kept secret. Among the 7 sages, excluding the nominal chief sage, each has a private sanctuary where they can conduct research undisturbed in their free time. Even the administrators of the Library of Philia are restricted from accessing those places and documenting the sage's research. But
His little old hidey hole.
with the grove in this state, I'm sure Anaxa won't be mad even if we sneak into the lab for a short while. Right?
Does this work again? It's not moving. Supposed to move, was it? What? Fuck. Let me on. What the hell? Stop it. There we go. Get me off this wild ride. Speed!
This is the place, but where is everything? Materials for alchemical experiments, matrix diagrams, and even the seal to the lab. They're all gone. Did the black tide destroy it all?
Danheng says, no wonder we didn't see any defense mechanisms along the way. Have you ever been here before?
No, not even close. Not only are alchemy experiments high-risk activities, but Professor Anaxa also has a penchant for using bizarre materials. Students often saw him walk in looking right as rain, but come out covered in soap with his hair singed. Naturally, no one dared to come near this place.
Anaxa is like a cartoon character.
Huh? That bookshelf over there seems to be the only thing still intact.
We literally passed by this during the previous patch. I was not aware that this was Anaxa's little area. These are the materials requested by Anaxagoras. Documents from various fields have been compiled in one place, including Titan creations, universality, the universality of the soul, alchemy doctrine, and so on. Most of the materials look to be within the research domain of the Nusporist school of thought. However, a document titled A Study on the Chrysos Heir's background is mixed within. Huh. Who's he writing about? Hastily written journal. The Holy Maiden of Giannosopolis, Tribi, Trian, and Trinon, descendants of the Holy Maiden from the Temple of the Three Fates. Gold Weaver, Aglaya of Akama from the Nestia priestly family. Wait, that's new. The Prince of Castrum Kremnos. Tatsumf, Maidi, Hyacinth of the Twilight Courtyard. All of their ancestry have varying degrees of connection to the Divine Titans or their divinities. Or their divine authorities. Does the golden blood come from the heritage of priest families or royal bloodlines? Anaxagoras, I myself showed no such connection. Kefali, the creator. What criteria did they use to create the golden blood? To shape the Chrysos heirs. Yet Castoris, the servant of death from Idonia, her lineage is neither Titan priest nor demigod, but she has walked the earth for at least a millennium with the power to grant death to humans. Where did this power come from? Damn, Castoris is old. Castoris is like at least 1,000 years old. Another text speaks of the dragon legends of Styxia. The alchemical extraction of soul ripped from dragon corpses is intriguing. Dragons appear to be the Titan's creations. Perhaps there's a way to reverse the process, using alchemy to refuse human souls with Titan creations, increasing the purity and divinity of golden blood towards the absolute. This theory must be tested, experiments to be arranged. Yeah, that's what he did to himself.
What's going on? Anaxa is conducting research on our friends in Akama and me?
Creep. Danheng says this journal contains several intriguing points. The creation of the Titans. That one point. Danheng says, from the abyss of fate to Kramnus Kremnos, I've seen many a Titan creation during my time in Amphorius. Life forms created by Circes, the recent Titan, can also be found in the Grove. But fusing them with human souls through alchemical means, I can't even begin to imagine. The point about the Chrysos heirs. Anaxa seems to hold special interest in the divinity coursing through the Chrysosaur's veins, and has even conducted a thorough investigation into the hero's background.
It wouldn't have been so strange if he had focused only on Cassie, given her own curiosity about her origins. Plus, considering that the new sporists have crafted omnipotent medicines capable of curing diseases, it also makes sense that he would conduct research on immortal Chrysos heirs.
Yeah, what's up with that? Like, are there, like, Chrysos heirs that are not immortal, or are they all immortal?
Now...
They could still die, though.
Seems Anaxa's objective was never to create medicine, but to identify the origin of the golden blood and figure out its inner workings.
Mighty's like the only one who's like specifically broken in that he never dies. Except for his one weakness. So he's gonna die one day. One of these patches. Alright, Anaxa's research. Don Hung says, through alchemy, Anaxa aims to refine the golden blood in the Chrysos heirs to a degree of purity equal to divinity. This must be what he means by close to true purity, but treating both Titan creations and the human body as materials to be used in alchemy experiments? That's rather extreme.
Danny?
Danny?
This... I have a bad feeling about this.
Danny? Danny's a cute nickname. Why haven't we called Dan Hung that yet? Daniel Hung. We usually call him Daniel Hung. Another entry here in the journal. These documents appear incomplete, judging from what's left behind. The important alchemical formulae have been taken away. Only the author's reasoning remains. The previous approach has flaws. Fusing human souls with Titan creations does not purify golden blood. Even pure Titan creations are contaminants to the Chrysos heirs' golden blood. Soul fusions between humans and creations merely repair impurities of the soul, or maintains a connection to dying souls. The fuck? Who has he been experimenting on? Himself? While creation myths tells us that Chrysos heirs and other creations were all made by Titans, their natures differ fundamentally. The Titans' creations are no intermediate products of an alchemical process, and the Chrysos heirs are closer to the Titans than the creations. In other words, I should not have considered Titan creations equal to Chrysos heirs. The hypothesis I should focus on is one pointing towards the Titans themselves. Oh, that's why he took the opportunity to fuse with a Titan when the opportunity presented itself. Such rare chances to study Titans demand a meticulous selection of research subjects. Living Titans prove impossible to restrain. Any dead Titans offer no insights worth pursuing, but dying Titans, they are the perfect research subjects. Only by understanding the fundamentals of creation can we ensure perfection at the moment of everything's birth. Through my own hands, I will melt the Titan and reach the true essence of the soul. Oh.
My biggest fear. It's come true. After going through his notes, I think I can piece it all together now. Anaxa was carrying out experiments on soul transmutation.
Don Hung says, do you mean he's trying to reconstruct human souls alchemically?
Yes, this is what he was secretly conducting research on. Something he had to keep hidden from others. Compared to his public speeches, this is the real blasphemy. Oh, I just thought of something.
There's like fear in her voice. Why? Don Hung says, what's wrong?
Do you remember when the Black Tide was approaching? The Grove had planned to send Cersei's core flame to a safe place. But an accident happened along the way, and Anaxa lost his life in the process.
Don Hung says, but Cersei took over his body and resurrected him, which led to the situation we're in now.
That's right. But what if Professor Anaxa's fusion with the core flame of reason wasn't an accident?
That's pretty funny. This is kind of like information that we kind of already know. But since all of that was just presented in like Anaxa's POV, we're only kind of just like been catching up on Anaxa. Don Hunk says, what do you mean?
Put yourself in his shoes. Knowing that the black tide was closing in and your time was running out, what would you have done?
Fuse myself. I put my theories to the test no matter the cost.
Exactly. When the black tide came, the true reason Anaxa headed to the Luminary Throne was to transmute and fuse himself with the Titan's core flame.
We know this already, but this is for more... for, like, getting the characters into, like, aligned with Anaxa, I guess. They're playing catch-up. These are information that we already know because we played through Stel and we played through Anaxa. Dan Hung asks, did he succeed?
No. Judging from how he reacted after the event, the results came as a surprise. Maybe he failed to consider the possibility that Circes would make a similar decision. The manuscripts detailing all the alchemical formulae have been taken away. His research is still ongoing.
Dan Hung says, could he have taken them for other purposes?
Like, what? There's only one Titan left in the world now.
Really? Aquila?
No. No way.
To conceive an entity of perfection, one must understand the principles of creation. If Anaxa is in Akama now, then that means...
He's after Kefali.
Whoa! Right. What do you mean there's only like one Titan left? There's still some of them out there, right? What do you mean by that? There's still Aquila, there's still...
This sky above us...
a Death Titan, there's still Kefali.
Real, is it?
Of course not. This is just an image from a projection device used for educational purposes.
It looks like Sunday from this angle.
Trick. The day-night cycle has been lost to this world. So that students like you may still learn about the night sky, astronomers have harnessed the Titan's miraculous power to manipulate the light, projecting the nights of the past here for you. Much like how the sky above the Holy City is also illuminated by Kefali's dawn device.
So, the skies of Akama are fake too.
Whoa, this is just like...
You mustn't conclude that, Anaxa. You should know that only a child would expose a trick and be proud of it. Often people know more than they let on. They simply choose to feign ignorance because they have no other choice.
Then they're just deluding themselves. People believe in Kefali's tale of Genesis, accepting wholesale whatever the priests preach. But we're different. We've already walked out of the firelit cave of ignorance. We have already realized that we live in a world where Titans make the rules. Even when we look at the sky, we're only seeing what they allow us to see. Rather than gazing at this mockery of a night sky fabricated by them for the rest of my life, why shouldn't I be the one to take control of the projection device instead?
So much time has passed since you sowed the seeds of doubt in my heart, child. Many a night, I find myself penning down all my theories and wild ideas, only to burn them to ashes when I open my eyes in the day.
Why? Because we'll face death by burning if word gets out?
As a sage of the Venerationists, my soul has already become inextricably linked to the great tree. Every word I say and every move I make is certain to influence every leaf, every branch, even the tree itself. But above all else, my days are numbered. Instinctively, I have my doubts about the golden blood and the human soul, yet I have no means of verifying them. The golden blood in my veins is woefully thin, and I am loath to waste what little time I have left obsessing over a hypothesis that cannot even be proven in the first place.
But I can, sir. I can do it for us. The time is right. Give me all that I need, and I shall accomplish this grand feat on your behalf.
You're right. I shall do just that. In the next meeting of the sages, I will spare no efforts fighting for the rights you deserve. Go. Establish your own school of thought. Find out what we are. Become the one who conquers the ultimate truths of the world.
Child of humanity. You didn't go to such lengths for an audience with Kefali. Just ask him a few questions, did you?
So, you figured it out. If I were as foolish as a Dromus, perhaps I'd throw myself down and prostrate before their greatness, begging for the gods' prophetic wisdom. Well, sorry to disappoint, but I'm no Dromus. Alas, I am a human, standing tall on 2 feet, possessing both intellect and pride.
Oh, are we no longer like Dan Heng's POV?
Before such power, does it make any difference whether you're a human or a Dromus?
That's pretty quick. Lasted all of like 30 minutes.
I'm sure you're familiar with the story of the Styxians. When the raging waves threatened to swallow them, they didn't just give up and become sitting ducks.
And the Wuthering Waves.
They constructed a dam that kept the roaring tide at bay, chaining down the mad Fagusa. They call me a blasphemer, Xerxes. But that doesn't mean I deny the existence of gods. It's just, as I see it, Titans are simply a force that mankind has yet to find a way to tame.
Damn. That's crazy to say about your gods. That is a crazy way. That's a crazy thing to say about your gods.
Oh, if power that rivals the Titans is what you crave, why not conform to the prophecy and brave the trial?
Why stop at harnessing the power of the Titans when I can do so much more? The source of life is what I wish to grasp, to understand what makes up the soul, and to learn what we really are. Thanks to you, I've had the chance to personally verify, in more ways than one, that the soul indeed ceases to exist in death. But where there is death, there is life. And where there is an end, there must also be a beginning. How then is a soul born? That was the only unknown variable left in my calculations.
I think they're also like kind of an interesting topic that they're exploring here in like existentialism.
And by the sound of it, you have already formed a conjecture.
Fascinating topic.
No, I have already drawn a conclusion. In my journey unto death just now, I finally saw the answer with my own eyes.
Professor Anaxa,
Oh, Castorus?
I'm here.
Hello.
Her life hangs by a thread. I must ask you to refrain from taking any unnecessary steps.
Of course. I'll bring this to a conclusive end, and give you the answer you so desire. However, in accordance with the principle of equivalent exchange, I must also demand from you what I need.
As you wish.
Don't you care to know what the price might be?
It's a matter of uncovering the truth about the Death Titan and her survival. This may be the only time I can ever save someone's life. There is no need for me to think twice.
Why is that highlighted? What's happening?
I see. In that case, let the show begin.
Let the show begin.
Indulge me.
Let the show begin.
Am I correct to say that you intend to prove Thanatos' whereabouts and prove the nature of our existence now?
Let the show begin, but then my Trailblazer is currently in remembrance mode.
Before I begin, I must confess I had been stuck in a cognitive trap all this time. As unrelated as these two propositions may seem at first glance, they are in fact logical equivalents. They are merely two different ways of telling us about what the soul is at its core. The reason I say this is, as I've mentioned earlier, the answer was hidden in my journey unto death.
Anaxa, you were in the Netherrealm?
Yes, I am but a living dead man now, but that's not important. What truly matters is, I overheard a conversation between heroes. That's not all. Remember how I said you were a part of that conversation too, Circes?
And I've told you that I have no recollection of such an event. That was likely just an illusion conjured up by the mind of a dying man.
She's saying you're tripping.
Of course you wouldn't remember. Because that wasn't you. That was Calypso, one of the 7 sages of the Grove.
Calypso?
Oh, that's the name I made up on a whim when speaking to this girl. How do you know of it? And surely you jest. Don't you think I, of all people, would know if that were the name of one of the 7 sages under the shade of my tree? Don't you claim to know the Grove's past like the back of your hand?
Did she?
It seems you've lost even the memories seared into your soul. Use your head, Circes. Since all of this took place in the realm of the dead, it stands to reason their likenesses are of souls from the past. The living cannot step foot into that world, so who could they be? Think about Calypso. Why does she share your likeness? Yet you have no idea who she is.
Oh.
The answer is evident, is it not?
Oh.
Those fallen heroes are the mortal incarnations of the Titans before their ascensions to godhood. The gods are master creators
Their humanity?
of thin air, and they are no different from humans, because they all evolved from one.
That's what I said last stream. There was never been an OG Titan. It's just been like a cycle. Elden Ring.
Does this answer disappoint you?
Not Elden Ring. Dark Souls.
Yes, because you've answered nothing. If I truly was once human, as you claim, then where do the children of humanity come from?
Even on the off chance that you speak the truth, this brings us no closer to grasping Thanatos' whereabouts. How are we to find them?
Oh, I see now. The casters that shows up in the trailers. The other casters that shows up in the trailers. Were the past Death Titan, maybe? That's why she's missing?
I knew you would say that. But it matters not. I know what I'm doing. Actually, why don't we have this supreme being standing before us tell us everything?
You can revive a Titan?
Humans cannot return from the dead. Neither can gods. But all we need to do is look at this from a different perspective, and the problem will resolve itself. The solution is simple. Just like what you did to me. If I'm reborn as Kefali, I can rebuild the world and all within it as they once did. Simple, is it not?
Become God. Anax is a JRPG protagonist. What's with this black screen? Are we coming back? In the meantime,
I have news
back
from
to stealth.
Harrison and Dan Heng. Anaxa might be trying to do something with Kefali's divine body.
Kefali? But what could Anaxa want? Is the Council of Elders going to sit around and let such a sacrilegious act unfold?
That is not possible. He is indeed the great performer, capable of fooling anyone and everyone with his tricks.
I'm sorry.
Agine-chama. The Great Pretender.
For this is good news to us.
When's the next
Council
season?
of Elders has found themselves a traitorous ally. Anaxa's ambitious desires will be something we can exploit.
Haven't seen them. There was a movie? What the fuck? There was. Was not aware. Oh, it covers somebody else. Huh? The movie.
What we should be
I haven't even
doing
finished
now
like the show,
is
the
to
actual
keep
show.
our eyes peeled for whichever trickery Kindness is up to, and react accordingly to thwart her plans. Being Akima's political center, the Demigod Council holds just as much significance as the Vortex of Genesis. Someday, after my duty is over,
Your duty
site
is
will
over.
take the place of the battlefield where you hunt gods. Become the next challenge you ought to overcome. Till then, it's best to get used to this place as soon as possible.
We will be waiting here for your good news. Come find us anytime you need something. There. Bye, Agine-chama. We love you.
Preposterous! The Christos heirs only have their standing because of the Council of Elders! How dare they trample over it!
Wow, those two daggers are shooting daggers with their eyes. Those people are shooting daggers with their eyes.
It's been a while.
Who the oh! Hello, Oleg of Enforius.
What is that supposed to mean? Is this really the sort of person that the young lord praised as a ferocious warrior?
Oleg? Who's Oleg? Oh! I think I remember. Is that the guy from Belobog? Yep, the guy from Belobog. I remember him. Yeah, this guy. This guy from Belobog. I remember him. In Boulder Town.
It has indeed been some time, Lord Grataros. What brings you here in such haste?
Why is there so many people here?
Shh, keep it down. Be more vigilant. See those duplicitous dogs over there? They do the dirty work for kindness. I've already ordered my people to hold them back, but we should still lay low. Unless you're itching for a bloody fight to get a workout in.
My bad. So, did something happen?
I thought this guy was dying.
Did you hear
the last-
thunderclaps last night?
That wasn't us. You heard thunderclaps last night. It would not be hard not to notice thunderclaps in broad daylight. No, I'm a heavy sleeper. Hooray, it's Acheron. Someone's coming to save us. Acheron's already here, actually.
Hacker... what?
We are really fucking with this guy.
She's been through a lot lately. Please pardon her. Can you tell us more about these thunderclaps?
Fine, I'll probably thinks we're like schizophrenic or something.
Thunderclaps are beacon signals of strife. They are a message from the young lord. He threw a spear bearing several words at Akama.
Watch out. The Flame Reaver is back.
Oh shit! He's dead.
I guessed as much. We didn't actually kill them back at the Kremnos Arena.
Oh, Mighty's cooked next patch.
I figured this is something you would want to know. We Kremnoans never back down from a fight.
Or he could...
So if you plan to take that thing down in a battle, reach out to me anytime.
He could be cooked this patch.
You have my gratitude. I will let Aglaya know about this right away.
Remind her to be on her toes while you're at it. That vicious kindness has been unusually active lately. Those lackeys she keeps undercover have been going in and out of the city a lot more frequently these days. Some even seem to be getting Kremnoans to defect to the council.
That's her.
Looks like you can see it for yourself.
We should get back. Thank you for the intel, Lord Krateros.
We're still back? Oh, what the hell? The Herda somehow forced herself in this team. One sec. It's not like we're gonna be getting into any fights right now, but just in case. There's like some...
carefully into Lent and above, as the Theoros I have observed. Virtuous citizens of Akama, Fine and Vides, Elysiae, and the Outlander are heading toward us.
Yeah, man. But is this gonna be like a Ace Attorney shenanigans?
Aglaya! What happened here?
I know about the poisonous fangs of that king snake through the golden threads. In the past, I would be confident about keeping her in check, but I admit I am now unable to do so.
What do you mean?
Need us to kill someone, Aglaya? Aggie Nechama? Aggie? We will do it, no questions asked.
It is no longer about eloquence or arguments. I have been a demigod for far too long that I hardly have any humanity left. Before I realized it, I have become no different from these hypocrites, no longer capable of relating to the people.
Me when the bad bitch tells me to do something, yeah, just tell us if you need that lady killed.
This has come a lot.
She giving you trouble?
But perhaps it is time. I need you to step up, Finan, in order for me to retreat behind the scenes.
Yes, this is my duty.
No, you still got it in you. Aglaya Nechama. Maybe she just needs a little bit of a support. Talking about having lost her humanity and all that, I don't believe that one bit.
It is far easier for the Council of Elders to fool many than just fool one person. Their so-called more support is no more than a ruse to distribute power using words instead of lances. There is no glory in winning this debate, but that makes having respect for humans so much more priceless. Finan, you or a Chrysos heir without flaw, capable of relating deeply with humans.
Chrysos heir without flaw? Finance the perfect? Chrysos heir? I mean, he fumbled kind of the trial for Nicodor, but it was mostly more fated to be fused with Mighty.
I appreciate what you've taught me, Aglaia. I hope we'll live up to your expectations and win this debate.
No! Yeah, Finance is actually a debate nerd. No, it's gonna be the Ace Attorney shit. I'm bad at that.
Oh, you've done well, Lord Calictus. Let me take over and personally close this debate for today. Dearest counselors, let it be known that I sorely miss the blissful times portrayed in lyrical poems. Back then, Amphorius was home to nearly 1,000 cities, each with their own local faith, while gods walked the earth and shared close bonds with humans. Yet, in the present, people from all over are forced to leave their homeland to seek refuge in the holy city, where they hope to rest under Kefali's protection. All of us have long been in the same boat, with no way out of this plight. We didn't have a choice in the past, but now, the Council of Elders brings to the table a new possibility. All I have left is one question for you. Would you rather strive toward the unheard of Era Nova, or return to the prosperous Era Chrysia of our past? Make your choice. Now, which of the two would lead mortals to an ideal future?
Ruh-roh. No hesitation, I stand by Aranova. Oh shit, yeah, no, this is pretty easy choices. Aranova is a path of salvation the gods promised. We should not have doubts in the flame chase journey. No! Snell is not voiced.
We all
Back me
know
up.
that Era Chrysia is a thing of the past, Lady Kindness. Please, enlighten me. How does the Council of Elders plan to turn back time?
Let the three Titans of Calamity be born, and Era Chrysia is nevermore. But bring demise to those Titans, and Era Chrysia will descend upon us again. Know that the Council of Elders is never one to make empty promises. Look at who we have on our side.
Where's Toki Ishikawa? We'd have to switch. If only we could switch like specific voice actors for for like specific characters. That'd be fun to do.
Anaxagoras, one of the Grove's 7 sages, and Castorus,
Cassie feet.
Idonia's
It's covered.
goddess of death. With the help of these two heroes, I can promise all of you that Era Chrysia will exist once more.
Cassie's on the other side. Traitor. Now she's doing this for us.
Aren't they Chrysos heirs? They're supporting the Council of Elders instead?
It's clear from the start that these heroes do not get along well in their group. All the more proof that Aglaia isn't fit to speak on behalf of every Chrysos heir.
No!
I am in favor of Era Chrysia.
Era Chrysia! Era Chrysia!
How could you do this to us, Cassie? What? That was kind of like a nice silent exchange between TB and Cassie.
Castorus? Why are you standing over there?
That looks like she's personally hurt.
You finally arrived,
Betrayal.
Naxa. So have you, Cass.
Don't worry, Aglaya. Well, I know that you have many queries. Could you continue to converse like how the citizens normally do? Tell me, dear citizens.
Nechema's ex.
If we successfully retrieve and return Thanatos' core flame without anyone passing the Death Titan's trial, what would happen next?
Anaxa correction, believe.
The answer is simple. We will have a chance to rid the world of death and bring Amphorius back to an era where
Amazon
all
correction.
beings live forever. We'll usher in a new future that will be entirely different from the Flame Chase journey.
He's kind of like half dead. Does that thing still work?
He's one of the 7 sages. That's impossible.
Your proposal is much too idealistic. As long as the Black Tide still exists, how can we go back to the old days?
Remember what I previously said? Kefali's core flame is guarded by the secret power of the Council of Elders. Plus, Fagusa's water curtain will be able to block out any external perceptions. Tell me, dear citizens, have any of you ever seen even a glimpse of the threat that this person is talking about anywhere within the walls of this majestic holy city?
Oh yeah, Anaxa is definitely capping here. He's on our side. He's just playing the long con. He's playing the long con. Maybe we should help him? But this place will become the Flame Reaver's target sooner or later. Does the public even know about the Flame Reaver?
Oh. Could it be that you heard that from the Flame Reaver themselves? Citizens, let's loudly sing the blessed hymn. Oh, beautiful old world, where are you now? Oh, legendary Erechrysia, return to the mortal realm.
After the destruction of the 3 Titans of Calamity, the Flame Chase journey will have to end.
Erechrysia! Yes! Yes! It has to end!
Ruh-roh.
This is bad. The masses are now totally riled up.
Anaxa, pray tell. Everything that you've mentioned hinges on the premise that we can find Thanatos' existence, right?
Thank you, Lady Aglaya, for still caring about this city. However, dear citizens, we are truly fortunate and blessed. For Castorus, Idonia's goddess of death, will surely find Thanatos under my guidance.
What?
With that, I solemnly promise that the core flame Lady Castorus brings back will be personally managed by the Council of Elders. Thereafter, if we are able to garner the support of all of you at the Citizens' Assembly, we shall spare no effort in ensuring that the Erechrysia will return to our world once again.
With the balance shattered, the result is clear. By Kefali and Talent and above, as the Theoros I have observed. Akama has chosen her destiny. The issue up for discussion at this Citizens' Assembly shall be modified to the suspension of the Flame Chase journey. This resolution shall be put up on the Wall of Heroes, such that all citizens are aware of the city's way forward.
We're cooked.
Aglaya, dear Aglaya, what has caused your heart to soften? You also don't seem to be as quick-witted as before.
Wag your tongue as much as you like. Since the flame chase journey has been preordained by the prophecy, our failure has never been on the cards.
Well then, I guess we'll find out if that's true at the Citizens' Assembly.
Lygus announces the conclusion of the debate and the attendees part ways. If this still isn't like... Well, Castorus, what are you doing? Why would you do this to us? No, this is just part of Anaxa's, like, long con, I believe.
Well, it seems that when I sent you to look for Anaxa, I unintentionally facilitated your partnership with him instead.
My apologies, everyone. I know that you have many questions to ask me. I will answer them to the best of my knowledge.
In that case, please tell us as much as you can.
Hold on, I'm not ready. What? What's happening here? What happened when you went to look for Anaxa?
In actuality, he showed me...
In actuality? Who says in actuality these days? In actuality, nerd emoji. In actuality, finger up nerd emoji.
A past that was both long and heavy.
Yo, was that again? Like, who says that?
The reason I say this...
Cassie's a nerd. You know what? That's true. She is a nerd.
The answer was hidden in my journey unto death.
Anaxa, you were in the Netherrealm?
Yes, I am but a living dead man now. But that's not important. What truly matters is, I overheard a conversation between heroes.
Oh, we're Castorus now. This is just moving pretty fast, like 30 minutes for... Well, I guess that still counts as, No, that was Stella's POV. Like 40 minutes for...
Have you heard of this tale before? A tale about the ocean god's treasured pearl, our hometown.
Who's this?
It was a seaside town which enjoyed the ocean breeze and glorious, peaceful times, thanks to the wisdom of its ruling queen.
Is this not part of...
Until one day, an evil dragon descended upon the town. Its wings were large enough to blot out the sun, while its claws were sharp enough to rip the waves apart.
Yeah, the short story that Castorus was sharing with us.
It barged into the tall tower and devoured the queen's beloved daughter. It even settled itself in her bedroom, like a tyrant king. The queen assembled 300 warriors who managed to subdue the evil dragon by chaining it up. However, when the queen slit open the dragon's belly, she realized that the princess had long since been digested, and all that was left of her was a pile of bones. Devastated, the queen wept for several days.
This happened to my friend Fallon?
It was then that a devious, smooth-talking scholar arrived at the palace and suggested that the princess could be revived through the use of dragon bone and dragon blood. That liar called this process the secret art of alchemy.
This happened to my friend Marcille. Yeah, this is the book that Casti gave us. It was pretty much like Dungeon Meshi.
The princess was reborn! The queen was overjoyed, blissfully unaware that the evil dragon's soul still lurked within the princess's body. As revenge, the evil dragon swallowed the poor queen, the glib liar, the courageous warriors, and all of the town's innocent civilians in a single gulp. Worse still, the souls of the deceased refused entry to the Netherrealm because they were filled with regret
Forced to roam the mortal realm, these resentful souls ultimately converged into a river of souls that would not retreat for a long time. The terrifying death had consumed all. Thereafter, our hometown fell into ruin as well. Until
what?
Until?
What?
Until? Actually, I don't know what happened next either.
Oh, this is the Castorus twin. It's actually not Castorus' twin, it was just like a past life Castorus.
Oh my. It seems that you still like to whet people's appetites even after all this time, Pelixia.
Castor is in a wheelchair.
So, according to your story, this is how I used to look? It's practically a mirror image.
Wait, how did you do that?
And yet, what exactly is this?
A miracle that I created with alchemy. As for what it is and how I was able to accomplish it, I'll keep the answers to myself for now.
Okay, thank you, Anaxa. Don't worry about it. Renkinjutsu.
Oh, my goodness. Is this cliffhanger really necessary?
Don't worry about it, he says.
Quiet, Titan. Continue to enjoy this splendid play, and the truth will naturally reveal itself.
It's Hakame ain't gotta explain shit. Meanwhile, that green cat daughter would have said 10,000 words. Just to explain this one bit.
Dragon, huh? I've heard this legend before.
In that case, what do you think of it?
Who's Pelixia's voice actor? Is it the same as Castor's?
I think that this so-called alchemy was a tenuous analogy added to the story by future generations. After all, you've never heard of a tradition of alchemy in your hometown before, have you?
Indeed. Before I left home to pursue my education, I never even knew that anybody was looking into this area of study.
It has to be Castor's voice actor as well, I think.
Therefore, we can just treat this tale as a fable told to young children.
Well, we got another, like, elf girl in a wheelchair. If I had 2 nickels. If I had a nickel, I'd have 2 nickels.
A fable, you say? If so, what moral is it trying to impart to the kids?
I guess it might be the concept of equivalent exchange?
I don't remember the other nickel. Come on now. Himari. Himari mama. Toki's mama.
Oh? I thought the moral might be closer to something like...
The foot elf.
Honor the dead.
The mom who stepped up, yeah. Single mother of 2. With a deadbeat father. I've only got that. I was kind of late in catching that. The mom who stepped up, figuratively.
What? At a loss for words?
Polixia cute.
No, I merely realized that we're both thinking of the same principle. If life is priceless, then there is hardly anything else in this world that is of equal weight to it, right?
Indeed. As expected of the wisest scholar in the land.
You flatter me. Why don't I ask you a question as well, as a form of equivalent exchange?
If life is, etc., slumbers.
Of course. What is your question?
If I imparted my knowledge of the art of alchemy to you, would you use it to resurrect someone you loved?
Ruh-roh. We're approaching Full Metal Alchemist.
What? What kind of strange question is this? I got it. You're just trying to get me to tell you whether I like anyone, right?
Let's just leave it at that. That was rude of me.
Yes, I would.
Well, it's kind of a nice line reading right there. What?
What kind of strange question is this?
That right there.
I got it.
That right there.
Just trying to. What? What kind of strange question is this? I got it.
It's kind of a nice line reading.
Oh?
Death is inevitable. In the days to come, I'm certain that someone whom I cherish deeply will leave me for good. If such a mighty power really existed, I think I would use it without hesitation.
What's that movie again? Try to remember. Josie the Tiger and the Fish. Yeah, there you go.
After all,
I'm thinking of that clip again.
me and the rest will all have to face that fateful moment eventually.
Uh-oh.
My time is finally here. However, perhaps because of my firm belief in the immeasurable value of life,
We have to watch Josie and the Tiger and the Fish. Gotta set aside time one of these days to watch that too. But first things first, I haven't watched the Musume movie yet.
I am unable to complete the trial.
You shall wither, and through that, the dead will sprout again from the remains, and be reborn with the dead flame. It is a pity that fate is such a cruel mistress.
Is there no other way of interpreting those words?
Nice, Nicodor, that's oomph. That's oomph.
I'm afraid that the meaning is clear. Between my sister and me, one must pay the price. Our trial can only be completed when the one chosen sacrifices her life.
Oh, she is actually Castorus's twin. Okay, she actually is Castorus's twinsies. This is kind of like what happened with... What's her name from Jujutsu Kaisen? The twins. Mai Zenin and Maki. Mai and Maki. From Jujutsu Kaisen when... Yeah. When Mai sacrificed herself and Maki turned cracked. Yeah.
I'm afraid that the prophecy might even have selected a pair of twins
Literally what happened to them.
exact purpose.
Fortune makes fools of us all.
Oh, and right here, she's the only one missing. Yeah, they're only missing the Death Titan here. Yeah, so the previous cycle of Titans actually completed their flame chase journey and kind of reset the whole timeline, maybe. Is that why? Does Castorus not remember her sister? Wait, so how does that even happen? Like, Castorus is from the previous time loop or something? What?
My sister is prepared to sacrifice herself. And yet, I can't do the same. How absurd. My time is almost up, but I'm still afraid to welcome death. What should we do? If I'm ultimately not able to make up my mind...
Since Chaos is willing to guide all of us and leave this trial to the end, there is still plenty of time for you to ponder.
That's right. Don't allow the fog of an uncertain future to cloud your mind.
That's pretty funny that Nicador was also oomph.
Trial, prophecy, the topics that they're discussing seem familiar. But these three people must not have left their names in the epics. Otherwise, I would have some recollection of this.
Maybe they did like a full reset?
Amphorius's history before the Titans were born was complete chaos. Is that not strange by itself?
They do a full reset! They do a full reset after the Flame Chase journey is complete. Wait, so who's exempt from the full reset? It looks like the Flame Reaver is exempt from the full reset. Where does Casterus come from? She looks like she was born in the time before the reset, so was it just like her memories that were reset?
I have long held three hypotheses about this. However, let's continue watching for now.
Okay, I'm just gonna wait for Anaxa to just lay it out for me.
Calypso, Polixia, and this warrior. I seem to have met him somewhere before.
Oh, they did a full reset on Casterus's memories, it looks like.
Regarding this matter...
I see.
Nias, are you confident that you'll complete your trial?
Of course. Though, I am worried about what will happen once I've emerged victorious.
Yeah, it looks like even the Titans themselves reset their memories. Because Cersei doesn't have any recollection of what happened here, and also Nias. He was still nice. But it looks like he didn't have the time to talk about his past either. But judging from Cersei's...
You have made up your mind.
Looks like all of them, even the Titans themselves, reset their memories.
Yes, this is the safest course of action.
Completely separating courage, honor, tenacity, sacrifice, and reason. You really know how to make things difficult.
Please, young lady, witness my fall and demise. Lady Calypso, you shall host the soul-rending ceremony.
I do not understand. Why would you dare to sacrifice yourself for a future that you won't get to witness?
Because this is our destiny. The power that resides within me is so intense that I will one day be engulfed by it. Furthermore, a valorous death before glorious return has always been the path I chose to walk. A journey I began long ago. If your sister or Chaos were in my position, I believe they would make the same choice as well.
My glorious King Nias.
I'm not that brave. I don't know how I'm supposed to face such a serious affair.
Despite being Death's chosen one, it seems you still don't know how to face it. Let's chat, young lady. Perhaps I shouldn't end my journey so hastily.
VA sounds like Rover almost for Polixia?
Since there's still time, I'm not worried about letting fate wait a little longer.
They could be grabbing from the same studios now that we have like Gorchia in our cast list.
Of course. This warrior is Lord Nias.
Is that why Nias was really nice to Casterus? Because he reminded her, She reminded him of Polixia. Not the same VA, okay.
As the embodiment of Nikador's divinity, he entrusted his life to us and allowed humankind to end his madness.
We might see Rover one of these days. If the SAG-AFTRA
That what
strike...
I'm currently seeing before my eyes is, in fact...
Yeah, if the if this SAG strike goes for any longer, we might eventually even see, like, some of the Wuthering Waves cast voice actors in here too. They've started.
Looks like one hypothesis of mine has already been proven true. These heroes are the true forms of the Titans, before they attained their divinity. If so, the chosen one of death that he speaks of is actually...
Polixia? Is the previous form of Thanatos? But her appearance...
If this is true, as long as we can find out where she went, we'll naturally be able to figure out the location of the Death Titan.
But before that, we first need to witness what ultimately happened to Lord Anaias.
We already know that, though. We have to fight again. Check the memory.
Honor, courage, tenacity, sacrifice.
And finally, the only thing that remains is reason.
Cheer up, young lady. There is no need to shed tears over a glorious death.
All farewells in this world are sorrowful, Lord Nias.
I do hear it, though.
No, young lady. As a warrior, I have witnessed too many bitter deaths. But now, all I feel is peace. I did not know until this moment that mortals could live their lives in such a way.
Although only a sliver of your soul remains, you remain so optimistic. Or maybe the truth is that you aren't able to feel sorrow anymore.
To be honest, I don't know either. But I am certain of one thing. This is not an acceptance of death nor apathy toward it. It's not even a feeling of despair. I am just enjoying what remains of my life to the fullest.
I like Nias.
Enjoying?
My glorious king.
Along this journey that we've taken together, not only have I changed the world, I myself have also changed in the process. And now I have reached the journey's end.
The journey's end?
I look back and see the grand epic that I've personally written. How could I not revel in that fact?
But when you depart the mortal realm,
racist health legend.
be reduced to nothing. Separation and death are two sides of the same coin. Reconciling this doesn't come easily for a mortal.
Finally, let me recount to you a story of mine, young lady. The first time I returned from the battlefield, I felt extremely hollow. The calamity had devoured everybody on the battlefield but me. When I returned to the city alone, the citizens held a banquet for me that was far from pleasant. I felt as though I was still on the battlefield, and the person who had returned was nothing but an empty shell. It was late into the night by the time the banquet ended. My head still reeling, I returned alone to the barracks. On the way back, I encountered someone. It was a crazed scholar looking at the night sky and muttering to himself by the side of the road. Although I tripped over him and fell, I wasn't angry in the slightest. And maybe because I saw myself in him, I inexplicably asked him a question.
Wait a minute.
Do you think that it'd be better if we just died on the roadside like a couple of stray dogs?
That's crazy.
To my surprise, he shrugged his shoulders and sighed.
To someone who is currently experiencing death, dying and living afford the same amount of bliss. Now please go away and don't block my starlight.
Are you trying to say that there is no difference between living and dying? For they are both journeys that lead toward death?
That's exactly what life is, and death is, but a scale to measure how valuable the journey was. Journeys and epics are only glorious and magnificent because all things eventually fade to dust.
Huh. Yeah, this is the essence of what humanity is not?
Therefore, young lady, don't detest your fate. Instead, willingly and respectfully embrace it.
The embodiment of strife telling me about the majesty of the world.
Indeed. I believe that when the fated moment eventually arrives, you will be able to understand my words.
Oh, my glorious King Nias, I love this guy.
It is time for me to knock on death's door. I will set up a long table at the end of the road and humbly await your arrival.
He was the GOAT in 3.0, he's the GOAT right now.
When that moment finally comes, let us drink and be merry then.
I knew this day would eventually come.
Are the both of you ready?
Mm-hmm. Alexia.
Whoa. Crystal Caster is cute. One sec. He's shining like a diamond.
What? This...
Oh shit, that's me.
This is quite interesting indeed.
How did she carry over from the past loop?
Is this... Alexia's sister?
That's you, dude.
Is it... me? Now, it's time for us to fulfill our promises. Are you afraid? What are you afraid of?
That I won't be able to do it.
You shall wither, and through that, the dead will sprout again from the remains, and be reborn with the dead flame. As foretold in the prophecy, according to our vows, once it all ends, we must face our fated moment head-on.
Oh! Casterus has already had the flame this entire time. Maybe?
Even if it was prophesized.
Wait, what?
Do we have no say in the matter? It's so unfair. Why are we the only ones who are forced into mutual destruction? Let me do it, sister. Let me be death's sacrifice. was never long for this world anyway. But you're different. I was the one who wasted your life after all.
You're wrong, Polixia.
What do you mean by that?
I don't think that my life was wasted. Just the opposite. When I finally arrived at this destination and looked back at the journey I took, I discovered that flowers had long since bloomed along the path I walked. It was you who sowed the seeds for this sea of flowers, one that is more beautiful than the promised land at the end of the world. Besides, I have lived a fulfilling life. Even though I was fated for sacrifice, none of the things that I've experienced will dissipate. Instead, they'll forever live on as memories inside your head. Will they not?
How could my memories of you ever compare to the actual you?
Well then, tell me, what exactly are we?
I don't know.
I don't know either. But regardless of what the answer is, regardless of how we're shaped by others, or even by this world, ever since we were born, the fact that we existed was predestined, and nothing could erase it. This is why I will always, always be by your side.
I get it. Yeah.
We're twins, after all.
Twinsies.
All right, my dear Polixia. It's time to extract my heart and light the flame of death. After that, use it to plant the first bud in the prophesied new world.
Oh.
If I imparted my knowledge of the art of alchemy to you, would you use it to resurrect someone you loved?
Oh, that's what she did. Oh, she resurrected Casterus in the new world. I see. She turned into she had like free reign over the creation. Well, I guess. Wait, so who has? I see. Polixia brought back Casterus into the new world. It wasn't that there was actually like a reset for Casterus. She did die. At least the past iteration of Casterus also sacrificed herself in the flame chase journey. It was that her sister brought her back into the new world through maybe alchemy somehow.
Death is inevitable. In the days to come, I am certain that someone whom I cherish deeply will leave me for good. If such a mighty power really existed, I think I would use it without hesitation. Even now, my answer remains the same. This is why, sister, I promise you, in the prophesied new world, I shall plant the first bud on your behalf. Go now. Return to the ocean god's treasured pearl.
our hometown. I shall open wide the entrance to the Netherrealm and grant you a second life. The living beings on this earth shall respond to my call and lead you to the sacred delight.
I knew it. Very cool. Very cool. They just lay it out for you, bits by bits, for you to piece together.
Remember, do not look back on the land of the dead, and do not stop moving. In the new world promised by the prophecy, march toward your new life.
Polixia pretty much from the afterlife, from the past iteration time loop thing. She's doing the Fire Punch live.jpg here.
As for the price of our equivalent exchange, let me be the one to pay it.
Huge.
Everybody, we've come to the end. Unfortunately, I am not compatible with the Supreme Being, so I was unable to completely fuse their soul into my own body. However, being able to glean all this from them is exciting enough. I'm certain of this now. Before the Titans that we are well acquainted with were born, a group of heroes roamed the land. These heroes followed a prophecy and took possession of divine authorities one by one, until they eventually became the pantheon of the new world.
Cool. Now that the Naxal actually knows the truth of the world, then he's gonna be in support of the Flame Chase journey.
Just like the Flame Chase journey of today, Amphorius's history is cyclical in nature.
But can we break it?
What a startling revelation. This means that the demigods, who bear the core flames, will also become the new Titans at the world's end, thereby shaping a new world?
Is that Dark Souls Elden Ring? No wonder. This whole game had that Dark Souls Elden Ring vibe to it. We've known since 3.0.
I believe that this is the truth behind the Era Nova, as mentioned in the prophecy.
This is utterly unbelievable. Besides, those twins in the past, even if they really are Thanatos, their whereabouts are still unknown even today.
She's right here. She's you.
Are their whereabouts truly unknown? Didn't Polixia mention that seaside town, the birthplace of alchemy and the tale of the dragon? In our world, there exists a city which perfectly matches that description. Styxia.
We go in there?
But the people there worship Vagusa and bear no relation to Thanatos. I have also never been to that place, as in the time of Idonia, it had long turned into underwater ruins.
Take this.
This is...
the Sporist masterpiece, the Philosopher's Stone.
Of course.
It was made by transmuting all of the sages' wisdom into a single entity, with their flesh and blood as its foundation.
Of course! There's an item called the Philosopher's Stone whenever there's alchemy involved.
Remember? I've mentioned before that the art of alchemy is all about conversion, tempering, and ascension. This process also applies to the pursuit of truth. Regardless of how unbelievable this sounds, the truths of the world have been refined from the impurities. Think about the story of the dragon. This stone will lead you to your real hometown, allowing you to reform the door to the Netherrealm and discover Thanatos' fate.
Let's go there right now.
You still look as confident in your victory as ever. But what if your conjecture is wrong?
Simple. I shall merely admit to the entire world that my experiment was a failure. However, my line of thinking will not fail because I have already planted the seeds of doubt into the hearts of the masses. Actions speak louder than words, Castoris. With the assembly about to begin, don't forget the promise you've made.
Very cool.
I've already searched for so long. I'm willing to try one more time. While we converse, her life is also slowly slipping away. But before I leave, I have another question. What exactly did we witness just now?
That was the world imprinted in Kefali's soul. If we are to prove its existence, you must take the final step. Go. Do not disappoint me.
I understand.
Very cool.
Hey, child of humanity.
Don't get antsy. I still remember the question you posed to me. As a scholar, I do not wish to offer up ambiguous conclusions. Let's discuss this topic again when she manages to find the evidence.
I merely wanted to ask, was that stone transmuted from your heart? If so, rebirth is no longer an option for you.
Why not? When I was a child, I lost someone dear to me. When I was a teenager, I lost my faith. A while back, although you saved my life, I also lost my soul in the process. Now I'm merely forsaking my body. What's the big deal?
Why are you always finding ways to die? Isn't it good to be alive?
Bad news about the divinity. What's that post again from Tumblr? This is literally what Anax has been doing to himself. Or some form of it. This is what's gonna happen to Anaxa. Bad news about the divine.
This is but a necessary sacrifice on my path to transform into the purest of them all.
Can someone who's dead even claim to be the purest of them all? Furthermore, if your hypothesis is proven correct, does it not just confirm that the myths are true, and thereby invalidate all your theories?
No, it's just the opposite. If my hypothesis is correct, it means that I can actually ascend to godhood and reshape this absurd world that you all have created.
Whoa, he is! He's the JRP protagonist. Alright, we're back. Yeah, all of
that's a lot to take in at once.
Yeah, that's a lot, actually. We got all that from Castoris.
Lady Aglaia, please, let me explain.
Go on.
You know that the core flame of death has always been the greatest unknown regarding the Era Nova, which is why both you and Kynus desire to gain the power to control that core flame in the approaching Citizens' Assembly. Professor Anaxa has come to a consensus with Kynus. They want to suspend the trial once Thanatos' core flame is reclaimed, hoping thus to eradicate death from this world. If they're successful, then the flame chase journey will cease, and Akama can enjoy everlasting peace. But I know this runs counter to your wishes. So long as we do not usher in Era Nova, the Black Tide will never be eradicated. Even with Lord Mighty on the front line, and the Black Tide not posing an immediate risk, the danger nevertheless remains. Honestly, it's difficult for me to assess the pros and cons in this decision. But someone must bring the core flame before we can begin negotiations over it.
True.
The Titan could be very near. I cannot let this chance slip by. Besides, someone has to make this trip to bring back Mrs. Soul.
Well said. You already had every reason to seek an audience with Thanatos. It's that great performer who has weaponized your wishes and placed us in this difficult situation. A world without death. Do you desire that too?
Huh.
If fate dictates that my path must oppose yours, I will do all I can to resist it and protect what I aspire to achieve.
Determined Casterus.
Lord Mighty showed me that without taking the first step, all talk of what follows is moot.
Unsure of what to say but offer a smile. Casterus, you've changed, we say. Wait, she said that with a sadness to her.
I have always hoped to hear you speak your mind, Cass. And I am glad to have heard your true thoughts. Styxia. I visited that place in the past. Though it is now an island surrounded by the river of Soul's torrents, it's not hard to see its former splendor. Go. I will not stand in your way. As for you, you are someone who has cheated death. I believe you have more than enough reason to make the trip with Casterus and meet the god of death himself. Casterus, I too look forward to your journey. I wonder what kinds of new interpretations your completed story will bring to the Flame Chase journey.
Thank you, Lady Eclia.
I hate to put a damper on this heartwarming moment, but if Styxia is now an island surrounded by the river of Soul's torrents, then how do we find a way in? Lady Treby is probably...
This is the part where they introduce Cypher.
The answer is quite simple. In the Myths, Zagreus once made the domain of the dead their treasure vault. That is to say, they could enter and leave the Nether Realm as they pleased. And if they could do that, then it follows that the demigod who inherited their divinity must be capable of the same. I'll see you at Memorial Palace at Action Hour tomorrow. Cypher shall be your guide to finding that ancient city.
Nice, we're gonna meet Cypher. The tumultuous day finally comes to an end. Everyone disperses, each lost in their own thoughts. Dan Heng isn't back yet? Wait. Oh, never mind. Speak with Mem.
Friend, is the debate finally over? Did you win?
Mem. You no longer have to mem. We managed to win ourselves a glorious defeat.
Won a glorious defeat? You sure know how to look on the bright side. Well, moving on. I was hard at work even while you were at the debate. I borrowed a mountain of books from Cass to see if I could find a way to solve your problem. Let's see. I still have...
Actually, we already know how.
Only 32 books to go.
It's okay, Mem, we found a way.
Really?
Mem is so sweet.
Oh, that's fantastic news. I knew it. Hard work always pays off. Especially if you're as diligent as Mem. I feel like a huge burden has finally been lifted off my shoulders. Why are my eyelids so heavy?
all of a sudden.
Alright, nothing we can, there's nothing more we can do now. Let's get some rest.
You're right.
Bench.
Then I'll go back to...
Bench. She sleep. As was their custom, Mem, with astonishing dexterity, slipped back into their secret little hideaway. Good night, Mem. Good night, Akuma. It is nighttime now, right? Later somewhere in Akuma. Who's this? Ah, Casters again.
Cass? What a surprise.
Lady Treeby.
Is something troubling you?
I just wanted to speak to Lady Trian for a bit before I set off. No matter how breathtakingly beautiful Styxia once was, the place is now the domain of the departed. There is no telling what we'll encounter there. I don't want to have any regrets.
Has anyone told you that your eyes are sparkling today?
Is that a figure of speech?
In the past, when you did smile once in a while, all of us could see that your heart remained troubled even as you smiled.
Lady Treeby, you know perfectly well that see you tomorrow is nothing but a white lie. I hope your toughness is not a mask hiding a lonely heart.
Cass, you hardly ever talked of your past. None of us knows what you went through, apart from Maggie. But we know it must have been filled with pain and hardships, as it is the fate every Chrysosaur is destined to live out. We are just happy for you that the core flame you're meant to inherit has finally surfaced.
Isn't it a little too soon to say that?
But you already know where tomorrow is, don't you? There's no need to rely on anyone else. Just give it your all and leave no regrets. We have always believed that your embrace is just as warm as everyone else's. Because we embrace others to comfort them. And Cass, you're the kindest Chrysosaur we know.
Aww.
Thank you, Lady Treeby. This feeling... it's hard to put into words. I suddenly found myself with so many wishes. So much I want to accomplish before setting off.
Then go do it, Cass. Trian was actually working on a surprise gift for you. It's a pity she didn't get to finish it. But now Trinan and I are working on it, and we'll make sure to give it to you. So, let's meet back here when you return from Styxia. Safe travels. See you tomorrow!
Wow, she said the thing. She said the thing. Alright, at the same time, who is this now? Oh, that's still us. Is Don Hung back? Who could it be? It's probably Don Hung. We missed you.
It's me.
Oh, hello. It's Casterus. Who I also love.
I hope I didn't wake you.
We're never asleep. Sleep is a luxury when you are at my age.
I'm glad to see you're as full of life as ever.
What's with this POV?
I'm here because of private matters, actually. If it isn't too much to ask, I'd really like it if you could come along with me to retrieve something.
What's it? Sure. Wow, I suddenly feel really sleepy all of a sudden. Can we see that? Sure, let's go. Salute emoji.
Aren't you going to ask me what it is?
No, just love to hang out, you know.
It isn't a long way from here. Shall we?
We're not even gonna ask. Just salute emoji and go. There she go.
I'd love to go in and take a look.
There's two of us.
Have you heard? Seems like all the rooms are full.
Where are we going, twin?
Faith can dispel the black tide.
Look, Thanatos is here.
The streets are packed. It seems the vote to pause the flame chase journey has begun.
I want to vote! Tell me how I can vote!
Every Canadian on April 28th.
Take your ceramic shard engraved with the Kefali rune, select the Council of Elders in your heart, and pray silently until the shard registers your choice. Then toss it into the Dolium.
The Council of Elders? More like the Council of Buffoons! The Black Tide took my hometown long ago! Who are they kidding with bringing back Erechrysia? It's all a sham to create their own Erechrysia in Akama!
What?
The Titans are just. So long as we do not overstep our bounds again, we will not incur divine wrath.
Oh, please. The time when these deranged Titans should have vacated their spot to the demigods is long overdue. You'll see soon enough, you old fogey.
And I pray that Talanton smacks some sense into you with their scales. We shall see how this turns out.
That was quite a spectacle.
Yeah, watching people squabble is kind of fun. Just another peaceful day in Akama, you know?
I suppose peaceful is technically correct if no actual violence happened. To this day, I still find it almost unreal that Akama is the only place illuminated by light amidst the crumbling ruins of Amphorius. And its people are even holding votes to reconcile differing opinions. This peaceful sight is making me forget that this is the end times.
You look very confused, yeah. Care to tell us what's on your mind?
Before coming here, I had lived for many years in Idonia, a city of rime and frost. The people there were devotees of Thanatos, and were well known for their unique burial rites and traditions.
We watched your trailer.
Traditions that I played a major role in.
Yep, we watched your trailers because of the curse on you.
Yes. You now know me as the Mortician of Akama. But back in those days, I was Idonia's maiden of war. I was trudging across the frosty plains on my own when the Idonians found me. They saw the curse in me as a blessing from Thanatos, and believed that my hands could correct the Erechrysia's mistake and lead them to meet the great god of death. They provided me shelter, but in return, I was expected to grant merciful deaths to war captives, prisoners bound for execution, and heroes alike.
Is that some sort of like end-of-life care? Damn.
Is that how you see it too? But no matter how kind or cruel the means, nothing can change the essence of death. Taking away someone's life is never worthy of religious worship.
What's up?
I can't do it. Their voices, they pierce my ears. The pleading, the thanks.
I know that feeling, child. I was once as lost as you are now. But you must respect those walking towards death, Just like how you should respect yourself as the Holy Maiden granting humans glory and liberation.
What you're asking me to do is no better than the task of an executioner. And yet you want me to respect myself.
Yeah, that's fucked up.
No matter the titles, I am still taking away human lives.
You watched their trailer?
This won't be the first time that Edonia's fanatical nether warriors have faced death. On the contrary, recruits new to the battlefield often run away from their first fight.
Wait, so was that actually like she existed through Iracrysia? Where death was not...
Death is the mightiest and gravest power in this world. The fact that you can wield it means you are deserving of respect.
Wait a minute, did Iracrysia actually happen, or was that just...
That's such a twisted reason.
Then let me tell you a story. In Idonia, the great swords commonly used by executioners are called Draconian, in memory of Drakon, an elderly executioner. The sword has 3 air holes along its body. If the sword is swung down swiftly and accurately, the holes would make no sound, and the executed would also depart this world quickly and painlessly. But should the executioner have any hesitation, the holes would produce a piercing whistle. On that cue, the screams of the executed are sure to follow. Every executioner after Drakon is to hone their sword skills every day in preparation of future executions. Every swing of their blade must be more resolute than the last, for failing to do so will bring pain. Pain for the dying, as well as pain for themselves.
No. I can never get used to this.
Poor Casterus.
You misunderstand, child. I am not telling you to get used to it. I'm asking you to consider the source of the dead's suffering and use that knowledge to fortify your future touches with more and more determination. Go, walk with the dead and love them as you love life. Then you'll no longer hear those noises.
Please, don't kill me. I don't want to die.
This guy looks like... Whoa, a gentle touch. I can't do it.
This is your duty. Remember, consider the source of the dead's suffering, then give them the respect they deserve.
Thank you. I beg you, don't listen to her.
I can't.
If you cannot learn to accept death, then Idonia has no place for you. This is your last chance. Do it.
What happened if you just...
No! Please! I don't want to die! Please! I'm begging you!
A gentle touch? Okay.
No!
You gently touch the prisoner's forehead with your finger. His face is pale, his eyes flicker with fear, and his body trembles uncontrollably. Is it because of fear, anger, and hatred, or is your so-called merciful touch of death simply a lie? The dark purple mottles spread like petals across the death row's inmate face. that seemed to be submerged by spring water flooding his body. His trembling ceased, and the cries that had once begged for mercy slowly turned into a sigh-like whimper as he murmurs to himself. Quickly, everything falls into a dead silence, turning into pitch-black dew that scatters with the wind. You hear your own heartbeat drown out the sound of heavy breathing.
May you gain some insights through his sacrifice.
Is this all?
No. Come with me. This is just the beginning of your life as the Maiden of War.
You executioner!
Oh. Wait, full team still? Already have my own.
Holy Maiden!
Go. Grant her glorious death.
Thank you.
Do it then, executioner.
You heard him.
I curse you to live in eternal pain.
Was there a monster here that I could target?
Please, grant me release.
You know what...
When will this ever end?
Come. Fulfill your duty.
What are you trying to do with me?
I have aged. The time has come for me to heed the summons of Thanatos and journey to their domain. The final resting place of every Idonian.
You're not that old yet. You still have many, many years ahead of you.
No. I'm already dead. For I have come to fear my declining health and impending death. Ah, Castoris. Will you give me one last chance to charge towards fear and prove that I am no coward?
I can't take this anymore!
Child, it was I who brought you here from the frosty plains and set your farcical fate in motion. It was also I, Chief Executioner of Idonia, who forced the heavy duty of executing others onto you. I've always known that you have doubts and even anger about my faith and about me.
I never had a choice.
Indeed. We essentially abducted you. Yet you can end any sinful life with just a touch of your fingers. Shouldn't it be easy for you to escape from here?
I'll never do that. It doesn't matter how lightly the Idonians take death, or how readily they accept it. I simply can't do it.
I knew I was right about you.
What do you mean?
I've taught you and cared for you as my own daughter all this time because of this blessing that's been with you since your birth. I know no one else in the world would understand the weight of life and death more than you do. In the eyes of an Idonian, death is the end of all life. A destination we will all eventually reach. Humans should not resist it, but learn how to face it. You can only live your life to the fullest after understanding this principle. And when you do, even if you eventually leave Idonia's protection, even if you must carry the curse forever, you can live with your head held high, like everyone else.
No! How can I?
We're gonna get you out of here.
Come now. It's time. I've already taught you all that I know. Show me that you are a fitting holy maiden, or at least that you possess the resolve to become one. Come now.
Careful.
It's time. I've already taught you all that I know. Show me that you are a fitting holy maiden, or at least that you possess the resolve to become one.
Well, let me change characters, okay.
Emerge from your cocoon.
That's such a cool intro, battle
Turn
intro.
to dust. May death protect us! This was the last time I followed her command. I gently touched the elderly woman before me. The executioner, who had seen too much death, died the same way as everyone else. A gasp for air, a wistful look in her eyes, and a barely perceptible tremor in her fingertips. Elder Amunet, the person who tried to teach me about death, ultimately vanished like dew in the morning mist. She spent her life embodying the beliefs of the Idonians, and when death finally came, she embraced it exactly as their doctrine had taught. I have nothing but respect for her. I erected a cenotaph in her honor in the marshes outside Idonia's city walls with the others I had laid to rest. Then, I set out once more in search of Thanatos.
How'd she leave?
It was a long, long journey. I heard so many discussions about death along the way. Life finds meaning in death. The world improves because there is an end. It seems the most terrible darkness in this world. Everyone talks about its heavy weight. Some resist it, some worship it, and some even revere it. How did a disappeared titan become the deepest fear of humankind? And why do they haunt my dreams? I continued my travels to seek an answer. Initially, I was running away. Then, I started searching for it. And now, at the end, I just want to know if my touch, if my embrace, can do more than taking things away.
We'll embrace you. Eyes emoji.
Can I make anything? Can I leave anything behind?
I don't want to die. Please.
Wait, this is from the trailer. What? They shoved it in the game?
I want to die, please. I don't want mercy like this. Just let me go. I need him. I don't.
This is from the trailer. We watched it already. Are they gonna go through the whole, like, trailer again inside the game?
I hate these icy hands.
They're gonna put the whole trailer into the game. They were like, we spent a lot of money into this animation, we're gonna put it in the game. That's crazy. This is the first time they have ever done this. Yeah, that's...
Get it over with.
Do 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 do.
The Reaper has blessed your hands. Only you can grant them peace.
The trailer was like 7 minutes or so. 7 minutes long. They shoved it into the game, yeah.
Embrace death. Walk alongside it.
We were like, yeah, for all of those who missed it, we made an animation, by the way. We're putting it into the game too, in case you missed it. Okay, so she left eventually. Don't want any part of it no more. And then she kept going.
Is that you, Castorus? All of them have
gone, heeding death's summon, crossing into their domain. I must go too. I don't fear it, just I have some regrets. Watching people leave this world again and again, it must be lonely for you. You must want to desperately embrace them before they go.
I can't. These hands, they're too cold.
But Big Sister Castoris, your hands are so
Big
warm,
Sister Castoris.
just like anyone else's. So go on, don't hold back.
Give me a warm hug.
Whoops. Should have been at the club. The Castoris birthday parties. He should have been at the club. She should have lived. She deserved to live her life as a Disney princess.
Can hands like these really be warm? On the day that Oryx's trial ended, you must have had many questions.
The CG again.
I felt just as confused. Why, as someone from beyond the sky, were you so cruelly dragged into Amphorius's fate? I wished I could take action, but no matter how hard I try, I cannot simply interact with the living as ordinary people do. Even when we brushed against each other unintentionally in the grove, and it was obvious that nothing had happened. When an almost unattainable hope finally welled up in my heart. When I thought that perhaps my touch would no longer bring sorrow.
Oh yeah. Yeah. That was just a fluke. That's gotta feel bad.
Fate declared to me, it wasn't that the curse of death had finally been lifted, but that your soul no longer belonged to this world. And there was nothing left for my hands to take. Nothing. And did I really think this time would be any different? It's not that I don't understand this reality, just that I'm unwilling to accept it.
Have you tried Dan Heng?
Having walked such a long road, I am still unable to find the answer to life and death. I am resigned to eternal despair.
Man.
Anything I wish to hold on to, death will inevitably wrest from my grasp. From that moment on, I lacked the courage to confirm it again. Until Oryx laid bare the cruel truth before us. And now, perhaps I might have one last chance. Long ago, Trinan read a prophecy to me. At the end of the Sea of Flowers, the souls of the living shall warm thy fingertips, and after an embrace, there shall be eternal separation. I found no surprise in it, for her words sounded not like a foretelling, but a perfect reflection of my past. Embraces in this world are born of reunions, yet my touch speaks only of farewells. In that moment, I had no doubt that this destiny would weave itself through the entirety of my life. And yet, things have taken a turn for the better. Now that I can finally have an audience with Thanatos, perhaps I can rewrite the meaning of that fated prophecy. I have no reason not to give it my all. For your sake, and for my own.
Nikkei moment? Should I pretend I didn't hear any of that? That's so fucking goofy. Why do they keep letting Stell have these goofy options and these heavy topics? Thank you for telling me your thoughts.
With that, I won't have any regrets.
Castorus talks to you about the gifts she gave to other Chrysos heirs, and before you know it, she arrives at your gift. Wait.
Let's put that aside for the moment. We've arrived.
Why is she giving gifts out to everyone? You're kind of scaring me here, Castorus. What are you doing?
I want to retrieve a small gift I specially prepared for you. I made it myself, like the trinket I gave Lady Trian. I want to leave something for everyone, if possible.
What is she cooking? Does she plan on not coming back like Maidi? We won't let that happen.
The journey to seek an audience with the Death Titan cannot be an easy one.
What?
I want to make full use of every moment I have before we depart.
You're scaring me here.
I don't have any regrets.
You're scaring us here. That sounds kind of ominous. Is it a brooch with my face on it? What? Let's just play along with her.
No, it isn't. You'll know when you see it.
You got a nice laugh out of Castorus. See?
Look, it's right there.
What? Is this a cipher moment? Is she here?
Huh? Where did it go?
This is a cipher moment. She's here. Did you get into trouble with some phantom thieves? I hope the gift wasn't expensive.
I am not some corrupt grown-up.
Wait a minute.
I am not some corrupt grown-up.
Castorus is not a corrupt grown-up. Heard it here.
What's this? The coin of Zagreus.
A child.
A slate. So it's her.
Holy moly, a kitty thief?
No doubt about it. This is her favorite symbol.
Castorus sounds so done.
It's a Lady Cipher, the demigod of Zagreus whom Lady Aglaia had spoken of. She's a master thief who's left legendary tales all over Emphorius. So many years have passed, yet she's still announcing herself in such a crass manner.
She hates her.
Let's just do as the slate says and look for Lady Cipher.
What? Oh, fuck. Cipher's a writer. Letter from the Phantom Thief cipher. Dear Princess Homebody, walking through the busy garden, I discovered the remarkable gifts crafted by Princess Homebody. They are truly splendid and I am most impressed. I'm also taken with your charming presents prepared for fellow Chrysos heirs. In your right parlor, I observed the beautiful felt dolls, the beige and lavender striped tapestry, the classic Idonian tripod table, and in the left parlor, jewelry and exquisite art pieces meant as gifts. This time I've claimed only this modest gift. I fear it would attract tasteless little thieves, so I shall safeguard it for now. Naturally, I've left the appropriate payment a single coin. If the price displeases you, feel free to negotiate its return. Though should that happen, I won't be satisfied with merely 1 coin. Should you wish to find me, visit the Memorial Market. There lies a golden short spear I've left. You know what to do. It shall guide you to me. And before you ask, I won't accept any questions. Please forgive this small intrusion and accept my highest regards. P.S. Who displays biological specimens at home? They're quite unsettling. You might want to store them away when entertaining guests. Post PPS. Despite your considerable investment in the... What the fuck was that? Despite your considerable investment in the Idonian ossuary hanging in your parlor, I regret to inform you it's a fake. The original was craftily switched by those cunning scholars of the Grove of Epiphany. The full story can be found in the yet unpublished memoirs of Cyphera. Wait a minute. Hyacinth was talking about this. To retrieve the gift and teach Kitty Phantom Thief a lesson, you head to the market and find the short spear she left behind. Can you teleport us there? Looks like we're gonna get teleported there.
It's right there.
Thank you. This is the golden short spear mentioned in the thief's letter.
There seems to be a new show at the back.
It's broken.
We must pursue her. Huh?
Oh, there's 2 of them. What's this? What?
This is a trick she left for us.
The fuck? Spot of fate or whatever? Spot of fate or whatever? Clearly, Kitty Phantom Thief wants to play a little game with you. 2 short spears, 1 correct, 1 is wrong. Let me check at the hint on the scroll. 2 golden short spears. How the fuck? Oh! Wait, they're both kind of broken at the ends. What is... Only the golden short spear engraved with the truth can lead you to the Kitty Phantom Thief. Fucking what? Inspect the left one. The left spear is engraved with the words, "Don't be fooled." The right spear is engraved with lies. Oh no, not this! The right spear is engraved with the words, "Trust me, Grey Mystery." Both spears are engraved with the truth. Motherfucker. Not this. Trick questions and everything. Ha. Both spears are engraved with the truth. The words in the scroll should be true, so which spear do you wanna... I have no fucking idea. Neither of them. I'm just kidding. The right one is engraved with the truth. No. The right one is engraved with lies. The right one said... Both spears are engraved with the truth. No idea. The left one.
Ugh, she's incorrigible. Follow me.
Yeah. Try to grab it. Whoa.
This is how it should be. We must pursue her.
Huh. Hey yo, what's up, man? Wait, what? Cypher, if this Dromas truly is her, appears to be quite content. Her gaze filled with 3 parts sincerity, 3 parts approval, 3 parts triumph, and 3 parts haha, great mystery, you've lost if you take this seriously. Hi, Cypher. Huh? She seems to be saying hello. Seeing you treat the Dromas with such seriousness, all 12 parts of her complex emotions immediately transformed into one of admiration.
Lady Cypher, please come on out.
You're still careless as ever. Shouldn't you keep such a precious gift near your bosom?
Since you know it's a gift for someone else, please give it back to me. Stop hiding among the people and letting the wind carry your voice.
Now, since I know it's a gift, that just means I need to milk its worth. The children of the wind never stay for long in one place. Unless your offer is tempting enough to steal the wind. What say you?
Name your price. I'll give you however much you want.
Should we be doing that? If you don't want the money, I'll gladly take it off your hands. Huh?
What's wrong?
I picked the huh option. Huh?
No wonder they call you Princess Homebody.
Why does she laugh like that? What? Why does she laugh like that? It's a Bochi laugh.
Why don't you two come over to my place? It'll make a better venue for proper business discussions. You can find where I live through the winds I've sown. Right.
Who's Cypher's voice actor? That was a pretty funny laugh.
Piece of cake. I can do that even if I can only sense your soul.
Alright, I'll see you there. Oh, by the way, everyone cool with me collecting a deposit before we reach an agreement, right? Now, come this way.
She's got such a goofy. The Jew of Divine Blood in the backpack. What? Why is it in red? The Jew of Divine Blood in the backpack has been stolen. Huh. Where did the Jew of my Divine Blood go?
She's incorrigible. Follow me.
That's the second time Casterus has said that. Okay, continued. The letter from the Phantom Thief. Phantom Thief? Dear Princess, Homebody, and Grey Mystery, you probably guessed already. I had no intentions of showing up at the Pack Beast workshop. This means, of course, I had no plans to return the gift there either. This was just a warm-up for our little game of cat and mouse, but surely you've realized that the kitty Phantom Thief never really cared about stealing a mere trinket, right? No. What I'm really after is your hearts. Just kidding, I have no interest in your hearts. If Princess Homebody can track my path, then by all means try. I'll be waiting at the end, and rest assured we'll meet face to face this time. P.S. Grey Mystery, where did you get the Jew of Divine Blood? Don't tell me it's a gift from the seamstress. I'll taste it for you. Sincerely, the kitty Phantom Thief. She took a drink, took a swig from my bottle. The one that we got from Agione-chama. Unforgivable. Wait, how do I get there? Oh, it's up there.
I want to make something with it. But what to make?
Forget, how the fuck do I get up there? Whoa.
Never safe for tomorrow.
I forget. Go here? Here we are.
Over here! Over here! No, not that way! This way! Come on. If I really wanted to hide, you'd
There she is.
me. So relax, you two. No need to get your hackles up. I'm not that scary, am I? Meow.
Oh, she meows. What kind of ew? What kind of quirk? At last, a character that meows has appeared. Stell's been waiting for this all her life. Whoa, a new playable, yeah. She even meows. It's Hanekawa. What's that tongue twister I'm thinking of? Anyway, she even has little fangs.
Way. Some people might have been into that a millennium ago, but it's long since gone out of style. Loosen up, buddy. Shall we get down to business?
Give me the jewelry piece first, or everything's off the table.
Yeah, the tongue twister. The gift is a piece of jewelry?
The materials are nothing to wow at, but the workmanship is superb, as always. You're still skilled as ever, even after all this time. And you've put a lot of heart into this one.
What is with that goofy ass laugh? Can you imagine an imaginary menagerie manager managing an imaginary menagerie? Nya 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 nya.
Mind your own business.
Oh, come now. Don't be so upset. Relax. Relax.
She's got fangs. We're guaranteed the next character, but I'm just gonna wait for Saber. Or Garcher.
Look, isn't the view here just great? You can see what everyone is doing and where they're going, and they won't even know you're here. Now that we've broken the ice, let's get to the point. Everything I've said so far has been a joke. I'm inviting you two here for 3 things. 1. The seamstress found me and wants me to take you to Styxia to look for the Death Titan. 2. The Council of Elders also found me and wants me to make sure the core flame of Thanatos ends up in their hands.
Ha, look at you having your finger in both pies.
And last but not least, I'm telling you that I'm not interested in doing either of those things.
Oh, okay.
Don't go look for the Death Titan. The end.
Why not? Some time ago.
Wow, this is some high quality stuff. And this room is full of it. How much are these worth, Did you get all this through that Aeronova gimmick?
Some of it is family fortune, while the rest came from my business as a dressmaster. Don't liken the flame chase work to your shady dealings.
Oh damn, Aggie's actually kinda rich. She's kinda ballin'. What'd she think about sugar in us?
Wow.
Aglaia is actually the CEO.
Instead of going around like a thief. Well, spill. Why are you giving me so much money?
Payment for doing work. You're worth this much.
Did you forget my stance to all this? I thought I made myself very clear.
I love her fingernails.
You wish to run away. Run away from your responsibilities, from the prophecy, and from your destiny. You shall walk with greed and die over petty change.
Oh. Oh, okay. That's a crazy prophecy, and no wonder she's scared of the Death Titan. That explains a lot.
I understand this prophecy weighs on you immensely. That is why I have never approached the demigod of trickery for running away. But I need you right now, so don't turn me down.
Yeah, that was actually kind of like a big ask. Why was Aglaya so sure that Cypher was gonna help us?
You know, maybe the gods got your tongue with their golden threads, Aglaya. I'm not hearing any sincerity in your words. Give me a reason why you're bowing your noble head to me.
We lost Trian.
Oh.
The divine power of passages is running out. I need another demigod to escort Castoris and help her fulfill her lifelong wish.
Oh, I get it now. You're sending Castoris to her death. And you want me to die with her.
This is Castoris's own request. I have never seen her so determined.
Aglaya, proud mom.
She brought this up herself? You're not pulling my leg.
She's also made up her mind to leave her confused past behind. As will you, Cypher, when you finally make up your mind.
Don't be so sure. Time is hard in the likes of you and I. But Castoris remains pure as driven snow. She can always turn back before the end, you know? Maybe she'll remember Trian's sacrifice. Maybe she'll remember the countless martyred Chrysos heirs. Maybe she'll remember you, with your one foot in the grave. I ain't as optimistic as you about what she'll want to do. Tell you what, why don't I take this room of treasures as a security deposit, and we make a bet?
Go on.
I bet she'll change her mind and turn back. Now, if I lose, I'll do what you want me to do. Return this deposit to you, plus giving you another room full of treasures. How does that sound?
You sound like you have all the confidence in the world. In that case, let's make a pact with those conditions. I hope you're prepared to lose it all.
Cypher is a gambling woman.
In conclusion,
it looks like you're gonna lose.
I want to win. So I hope you two can give up on going to Styxia. I'll give all the treasures in that room to you. And you can split it between yourselves, however you want. What do you think? Tempting, right?
Maybe I should consider it. My currency I use isn't the same as the one in Emporius. I'm almost dead, man. What use do I have for money?
I decline. If we don't find the Death Titan, her soul will...
Oh?
I can't go into the details, but we have to go to Styxia.
I really don't get how. Princess, homebuddy, you keep talking about needing to find Thanatos, about getting rid of your curse, and you don't care about anything else. But did you ever live for your own pleasure? Even for just one day?
What are you trying to say?
I'm saying, contrary to your beliefs, Aglaia didn't take you in just so you can die for her Aranova.
The flame chase journey walks hand in hand with sacrifices. Isn't that why you're always running away from Lady Aglaia?
Fine. Never mind. We all have our own problems. I ain't gonna say anything anymore.
It's not like I was gonna honor that bet anyway.
But listen to me. Styxia is no tourist destination. Sure, the treasures buried in there are 10, no, 50 times richer than Aglaia's vault. Yet, I've never been there. And I never plan to. Because even a demigod can't be sure they can walk out of that place alive. And now I'm supposed to escort you to Styxia. Sure. Pay up.
Aglaia was operating off of a myth? Nah, let Aglaia cook. What's she doing here? What is she doing here? I'll give you however much you want. I'm rich. Is ripping people off the authority of Zagreus' demigod? We could try to piss her off.
You know, you're not wrong. At least it's part of my responsibilities.
True.
I don't like this. However...
She is the trickery titan. Trickery.
I have lived a longer life than most people. Though I'm not as good at doing business as Lady Aglaia, I still have some saving.
That's hilarious to think about. An immortal having, like, savings.
I can give them all to you.
Cassie. The caster's savings get affected by the Dow going down recently.
Then how are you going to live the rest of your life?
We will support her. We will support her.
Then I'll give you 90. No, 80%.
What the fuck was that? She's got some goofy ass laugh.
Well, don't mind if I do. 80% of Castrus's savings and a bottle of dew of divine blood. Not a bad trade.
Holy shit, she's actually okay. I'll show you who's boss once I'm recovered with full HP. Don't forget to give Casterus' jewelry back.
Okay. I didn't know you hold grudges. Gray mystery.
That's only because you're bullying, dear Casterus.
Here! Catch.
Be careful with that!
A minor change in plans, though. Don't go to the bath tomorrow.
Huh?
Come look for me at Akima's city gates instead.
Heyo, how's it going? Good evening.
So, why are you changing the meeting place?
Oh, nothing really. Just a bit scared of the seamstresses.
Don't show up to the baths tomorrow.
I wouldn't stay a second longer in Akima if it were up to me.
Don't go to school tomorrow. You're pretty cool. Pretty good. Good to hear. You're ready for a Cinderella grade dropping in I don't know what hour?
Well, now that we've struck a deal, why don't I give you guys a lift back? It's gonna be a long ride.
We will be there?
Have a good rest.
What the fuck was that? Where am I? Is this my room? How did I get back here? Yeah, she's supposed to be like Flash Speed, the Quicksilver of this universe. Snell says this is a coin? It was Cypher? And she even tucked me in? Yeah, she's splash speed. You know, the new router. Anyways, never mind, it's getting late, I'd better get going. Splash speed, the new router that is supposed to be very powerful. Another letter from the Phantom Thief cipher continued again. Great mystery, these formal addresses at the start of letters are such a hassle, and you've already read 3 useless Phantom Thief letters. I've left Princess Homebody's gift here. Take good care of it. Remember, skip the baths and come straight to Akima's city gate to find me. You know I have no patience, come late and I'll leave without you. Clear? P.S. Yes, I'm the one who tucked you in, and you're welcome. Not even like a kiss, good night's sleep. Oh, she gave us back. Okay, cool. Very cool, thank you. Unfortunately, as much as I like Cypher, we won't be rolling for her either.
Have you heard? Seems like
We're gonna wait for the Fate collab to kick in. When 3.4 drops, I'm gonna need every roll that I get, and I kind of threw everything already at casters. Unfortunately. I'm like nada for savings here. In game at least. I'm also guaranteed Saber pretty much, so we'll see. Like 1 whole patch, 2 whole patches, including this one, should be enough for me to land one of the collab characters. We get free Garcher. I actually don't need to walk all the way over there. I could just teleport where it is. Never mind. And then once the Fate collab is out of the way, it's gonna be the Trails collab next. We're gonna get Reen Schwarzer in this game one day.
Bright and sunny. Just the weather for farewells.
You're here.
Well, hi up, my friends. What, just the 3 of us? I'll go give Aglaya a heads up.
No need, I already told her. She's fine with it.
Are you sure? You're lying.
You sure know how to put me in a spot, Casterus. I need to travel with you, but I can't touch you. What a bother.
The voice directing for Cypher is pretty funny, pretty
You
good.
sure know how to put me in a spot, Casterus. I need to travel with you, but I can't touch you. What a bother.
Who's her voice actor? She's really good. Shea Faraday? Faraday? She's really good. She not on Twitter?
Sorry.
Aw, I was just teasing. Don't take it to heart. Did you know that the legends say you have to put an obol into the mouth of the dead or over their eyes if you want them to successfully cross the River of Souls and enter the Netherrealm? That's the fairy fare for entering the Netherrealm. However, I honestly won't ask you to pay this time. I'll pay. And then we'll just have to go through the motions.
Just how much have you swindled Castorus of?
Don't worry. It's not a lot.
What?
All right, pass me the coin. It's time to get the gods' powers going. A fleet-footed trip to the Netherrealm. Here we come. Oh, one last thing before we go. I gotta give you this piece of advice. Especially to you, Princess Homebody. You can't catch the wind by waiting. You only live once. So make the most of every moment you have.
This is like Ryo Yamada mooching off of Bochi of HSR. That's pretty funny.
Get ready.
Cutscene.
Be steady.
What?
Hi, your turn.
How'd she touch Castorus?
Don't be nervous. After all, it'll be gone in the blink of an eye.
Like, it was pretty funny that like Stell was stiff. Yeah, she is actually Quicksilver, like that scene from X-Men.
Feeling all right?
Rotate here, Stell. I swear she was speeding.
She's the demigod of trickery. When she flips the coin of whimsy into the air, she gains incredible speed that lets her travel anywhere in an instant.
So you didn't get whiplash. What? Whiplash. She has to flip it every time, so okay.
Just like how she clearly had no intention of lingering here for even a second longer. We can only depend on ourselves for the rest of the way.
Don't worry. Mem's here to help.
Thank you, Mem. You can teleport too? Wait, Mem, did you pay your fare?
I don't think I even meet the height requirement for the ticket, so I won't need one, right?
This is Styxia, the city of dragons and waves.
Waves, you say?
Anaxa hypothesizes that the missing Thanatos is somewhere in these ruins. This is the land of their birth. Or perhaps of their death.
They've really started like adding vocals to the music. Alright, how would we find them?
Had used a secret alchemical art to temporarily fuse his soul with Circe's and Kephaly. And when he was on the verge of death, he was pulled by Thanatos and caught a glimpse of the flowing river of souls. This alchemy, considered a sacrilegious act, might actually make the souls of mortals and titans attract each other. Even though Thanatos has been missing for 1,000 years, and even their followers haven't been able to find them. Perhaps that special attraction could summon them here.
That's crazy, like with the power of alchemy. Anaxa's like passing himself around the Titans like a blunt.
Oh, so are we going to use that Philosopher's Stone to conjure the Titan?
I guess that's the only way. The only leads we have now are the name of this city and the fairy tale about the dragon.
Thanatos is even more mysterious than I am.
Indeed. Even one as erudite as Anaxa could only point us to this place, and no further. We will be entering the unknown as soon as we take our first steps. But that won't be the first time in my long journeys. I believe that, rather than standing still, taking action is by far the better option. Perhaps fate might take pity on us today and show some compassion.
Alright, we've gone for how long at this point? 3 hours plus 3 more. We're finally getting into a dungeon. 6 hours of dialogue, dude. This game is a visual novel. It was a whole 6 hours of full dialogue. According to the myths of Amphorius, a certain hero of Castrum Kremnos was dipped upside down into the River of Souls at birth by his mother, believing its water would grant him invulnerability. However, because the mother held him by his ankle, that spot remained untouched by the river, leaving a single weak point. Is the river truly as miraculous as the legends say? There's only one way to find out: experimentation. After all, truth is tested through practice, and here, no miracle of Oryx will protect you. You decide to. I can try it myself. For the sake of keeping most of your body intact and avoiding a whoops, full submersion situation, you decide to just start with just your feet. People always said I had no knees and can't jump. Now, worst case, I have no ankles. Physically speaking, of course. Dip, then immediately retreat. Whoa. Oh. We're just being chillin'. It's just like sending a message. If you don't leave it in for too long, you can still unsend it. Someone or something must be looking out for you. You emerge completely unharmed. Maybe, just maybe, you now have an invincible ankle. The legendary Stell's Heel. Next time you're in a battle, make sure to tell your enemies to aim for the ankles. This is definitely not the place to linger. Look around. There aren't even any holy city guards nearby. If you fall in, who's gonna pull you out? Still keeps fucking around. Achilles tendon. I didn't want to do VNs on stream, and here he is. I mean, yeah. I mean, technically there is some English voice actors, so I'm saved from like having to read it out, but otherwise, I would never. If there's no English options for like a visual novel, I probably won't ever do that on stream. Just to like be able to preserve my voice and just my sanity.
What a beautiful butterfly. Is it talking to us?
This is a eulogistic butterfly. They are found in places where many have met their demise.
Oh.
In Idonia, some think of them as manifestations of Thanatos' benevolence. By turning the lingering obsessions of the deceased into these creatures, it is as if the Titan has made life into a specimen. Others think of them as Thanatos' messengers that guide the departed to the nether realm.
The second theory sounds more believable. After all, the things they're saying are rather, direct.
Like you can understand it?
Perhaps. But the fact that we're able to hear their whispers proves that we're fast approaching the realm of the dead.
I'm not hearing shit, friends. What's it saying? Oh.
These shadowy figures.
The fuck?
Are they illusions reflected by the River of Souls?
Listen.
Mommy told us to go ahead first, but she's still not here yet. 1, 2, 3. I don't even know how many days have passed since then. Perhaps Mommy will be back once you finish counting the days on all 10 fingers. 1, 2, 3. It's been much longer than 10 days since we left Mommy.
Damn, what the hell happened to these kids?
Strange. For reflections in the River of Souls, they seem oddly animated.
Want to buy any fish?
Huh? He can see us?
Wait. More living people.
What do you mean, more living people? Who's been here?
I'm not selling my fish to living people. You lot are too shameless. Buying fish without paying. If I ever see her again, I will.
Could it be that you're all dead souls that never achieved rest?
The Nether Realm does not exist.
Whoa!
Titan rejects you. Me.
The fucking agonal breathing.
So, do you want to buy any fish?
But there aren't any fish nearby.
Are the fish gone? The people are gone too. I can only keep selling fish.
Apologies. I don't have much in the way of savings, but perhaps there's another way for me to release you from your suffering.
I don't have much in the way of savings. Casterus is also.
Please relax. May you fall asleep peacefully amid a gentle field of flowers.
Can she do that even without... Can she touch a spirit? What? She poofed that man out of existence.
I knew it. These people aren't illusions. They're the souls of the deceased. They're supposed to reach the end of the west wind by floating down the river of souls. Yet, they have floundered upon the shoals of the stream, unable to move forward.
You'll love to flounder around.
Did Thanatos reject them? Or perhaps they didn't really die at all?
Perhaps all of us can still use some CPR. Are they in the same situation as me? Could be that too.
I have no idea. This circumstance is completely unprecedented.
Wait, how does this affect all the ones that... Oh, okay.
Hang on. Didn't he say more living people? So that means he's seen other members of the living apart from us?
More stealths?
Could it be that these souls are stuck here due to someone's deceit?
If something is done out of goodwill, are you really gonna call it deceit?
Wait, she's back.
Goodwill? I can't see anything good out of... Wait a minute. Lady Cypher?
Hey man, what's good?
That's me.
Are you dead too?
I still belong to the land of the living as of now. Thank you very much.
Could it be that you are the living being that those souls met?
I couldn't take their behavior anymore. So I stole some things here and made up some lies there. Just trying to give them something to look forward to, you know?
It's because of vile living creatures like you that we're being misunderstood by all of them.
What else am I supposed to do? You can see the mess this place is in. These poor souls are denied by the Netherrealm. So now they're stuck in a few brief moments of their life. Unable to move forward or back. Did you see those two blacksmiths on the way? They've been here for as long as the sun's been around, wailing over and over about casting a shield. Styxia is so freaky.
The way that she speaks is so...
Then why have you come back, Lady Cypher?
Hey, I'm not here to aid your adventure. I hate water more than anything else in this world.
Huh?
Especially that stinky river of souls.
What you mean by that? Cypher doesn't shower? Imagine.
But, I just discovered some stuff before I left. And I reckon you should know about it. It's about that boy who defied death. I found traces of him here.
Lord Mighty?
Huh?
Oh, right! That's his name. Well, now you know. As for whether that info is actually useful, that's for you lot to figure out.
Wait, huh?
So long, Princess Homebody. So long, Grey Mystery.
Huh? She disappeared just like that?
Lady Cypher has always been a free spirit. In any case, she has brought us some valuable information. If Lord Mighty is also somewhere along the river shoals right now, then he will certainly become our signpost. After all, he's different from those wandering souls. He will find his way, even in the realm of the dead.
Speaking of finding the way, how are we supposed to get over there?
Don't worry, it's time for me to shine.
Okay.
Ornyx's rune of recollection is nearby. Use prayers to return the river to before it got flooded.
Wait, does that mean Mighty can actually die? It's just that he has to bring his soul back to his body. He just keeps coming back here and just walks it back into his body or something? Is that how it works?
But what to make?
How does this work? When the time rune in possession, miracle orb, okay. Oh, it follows you. The spotlight
Ornyx's
effect.
miracle has appeared.
Amazing! It's like we're inside a giant bubble. Even the river got parted.
Interesting. Oh, no wonder you couldn't see the map.
Huh. So this path actually didn't exist back then?
This is kind of wonky to go through. What's this?
There are wandering souls of the deceased here as well. We must first return to the present before we can communicate with them.
Look, pink puppies do exist.
Ah, by the looks of it, you must be the foreign warriors that the Queen had mentioned, right? Since the current campaign requires the utmost care, I wasn't able to make time to welcome all of you. Please, forgive me.
Foreign warriors?
A priestess, a warrior, and a divine beast. You look identical to the blessed saviors that the Queen described.
This is my pet, so I'm actually of the hunter class. Oh darn, no healer on this team.
A campaign? Who are you campaigning against?
Aired, still got aired.
Nobody knows, as of now. Of the scouts that went ahead, only one has managed to return. He says that the land ahead is a forbidden land that should not be approached, as it is the doorway between the netherworld and the mortal realm. As for the rest of the scouts, they've completely lost their souls and are decaying by the day. While there is still dissension within the city, the scholars agree that this calamity was so unprecedented that it needed to be given a new designation.
An unprecedented calamity. Could it be death?
Is this the Era Chrysia?
seems that you have indeed heard about this. Well, death is just one of the possibilities. It's too early to come to a definitive conclusion.
A world that has never seen death. Looks like these people lived in the era Chrysia before the Calamity Titans descended upon the land.
Oh. That was way... How many time loops is that? Time loops back is that?
May I ask, where is the scout who managed to come back?
There was Elden Ring.
So he returned to Styxia. He only had enough left in him to last no more than half a day. However, it was his intel that convinced us to rally together.
It was living in Elden Ring.
He said that he witnessed the demonic specter of an evil dragon at that treacherous land. The apparition opened its giant maw and devoured everything in sight, and thus brought Styxia that thing called death.
Styxia. An evil dragon that brings death.
It all sounds rather familiar. Wait, wasn't this part of that fable?
Sir, could I ask how the Queen and Princess are doing?
The Queen? By the looks of it, you must be the foreign warriors that the Queen had mentioned, right?
Uh-oh. He set on loop.
Oh, it's the same lines. Looks like he's still trapped in the moments before his death.
Leave it to me. Sir, the war ended long ago. Styxia no longer exists.
Styxia is no more? This cannot stand! Newcomers, hurry up and go take your positions!
Oh, looks like it's difficult for this gentleman to accept reality.
Pretty funny when Mem does that pose. She has like bad back, bad posture.
Sir, I am the Maiden of War, sent here by the Queen herself. If you accept my blessing, then today's battle will be smooth sailing.
Yeah, she's hitting that Shiguri Ui point. Posture meme. The gamer posture, yeah. This one. They're making fun of me. The gamer posture.
Maiden of War? I've never heard of this. There's little time to waste. Please don't take too long.
Don't worry. I'm typically unwilling to prolong such a moment.
Is it over? Have we won?
Cass! Oh, are you alright?
I'm fine. I just didn't expect that I would still have to embalm others, even in the realm of the dead.
Damn.
Is this a remnant of his soul?
Yeah, pick it up so we can upgrade, we can finally upgrade our vigor.
Well then, why should I place my trust in you? Holy maiden from afar.
Wait, this is...
Those are memory fragments of her.
I don't quite understand what you're trying to say.
Since the prophecy has already pronounced your name as Chrysos' heir of death, Akima ought to treat you as an esteemed guest. However, you seem to have no intentions of concealing your involvement with the Council of Elders, while most likely being aware of my issues against them.
I cannot deny your claim. It was the Council that offered this room to me, and they had only one request. They want the curse of death to be completely subjugated to your will. I was agreeable to that request.
But why?
I am unable to rid myself of this innate curse. However, from this day onward, I shall use it according to your will. I will never make any superfluous moves on my own.
I see. So that is how they plan to control the Flame Chase journey. They have shifted the heavy responsibility of granting death over to me. If I ever become obsessed with executing people, they will then have ample reason to terminate the Chrysos heir's journey.
And yet, you seem to not mind. This is quite surprising to me.
And then they became best friends.
That's because the fate that we were born with is a burden far heavier than that of an individual's life. I've woven many unforeseen events into the tapestry of fate. This is but one instance. Tidy up your precious garments and come with me. Akima welcomes you, Castoris.
And then they become best friends. He seemed to hear a sigh of contentment as if it came from the mouth of some colossal being. Then the scenes of the past abruptly dissipated.
Find vestiges of memory here. Maybe they've got something to do with Orynyx's rune?
Perhaps, but I do not need a reminder from them. This memory is one that I will never forget.
Cute. Aglaya trusts you unreservedly.
I really want to repay her for that trust.
Cute. Yeah. Castoris and Aglaya.
But why would this memory appear right now? Is this really Orynyx's power?
Actually, this is the power of, you know what? Be right back real quick. I'm gonna go grab myself a midnight snack. There's some cake in the fridge that I want to eat. It's, whatchamacallit? I've been trying to look it up. I forgot what it was called. A moose cake from Kirkland, bought on Costco. I'm trying to find if I can find like an image of it. Can't find it. I knew I should have kept the receipt. Or at least the label on the cake. I think it was like a Belgian chocolate double chocolate mousse cake. I don't think so. No, not a tuxedo one. Kind of looks like this. One sec. Kind of looks like this. Is it this one? Oh, it's $50? What the fuck? That can't be. Is it this one? I don't think so. I'm also familiar with the tuxedo chocolate cake, but I'm pretty sure it's this one. It's pretty good. Has like layers to it. Fuck me, let me see if I can find the... No, I think I lost it already. Let's grab another one of these days, but this is just like leftover from a party. Anyways, be right back. I'm gonna go grab some cake. A little treat. A midnight snack and it's cake, and we'll turn into a fucking fat ass. One sec, be right back. Ooh, Mac. Yeah, and I'm pretty sure that this is Belgian chocolate. Because it does taste like Belgian chocolate. See you later, diet. Pretty good. Now, when we had the party, we had the cake out at room temp, but now it's a lot better when after we fridged it we put it in the fridge for a bit longer, so that the mousse doesn't actually melt at like room temp. I deserve a little treat.
Could monsters actually be...
If Lady Cypher is to be believed, this could be the handiwork of Lord Mighty. He's still fighting against the Black Tide, even in the Netherrealm.
That's fucking crazy, what?
Why are the Black Tide monsters here too? Can they swim in the River of Souls?
Even Thanatos wouldn't be able to accept Black Tide monsters into their realm. These traces seem to suggest that anybody who trespasses upon death will pay a heavy price.
We're also here to trespass upon the Titan.
Since the realm of the dead must
say.
remain peaceful, it's imperative that we rid the place of such discordant noise. Please stay back. Let me deal with these enemies.
We can fight too.
Time to cleanse.
That's funny. So Mighty does actually die. Whenever Mighty dies, his ass gets transported back to the Netherrealm, and then he just walks it all the way back to his.
Everything.
He just walks it all the way back to where his body is.
Bleeding.
Embrace a new life.
He dies.
Darkness with me.
And then there's still Black Tide monsters in the Netherrealm, which he also beats the shit out of.
Another blood debt repaid.
Goes back to his own body and then beats the shit out of Black Tide monsters there too. He's being the goat even after.
The path ahead is blocked by the River of Souls again.
In that case, let's go back to the past. This miracle sure is handy.
This is yet another aspect of a Titan's divine power.
Whoops. Caster's is still talking. This is so trippy. This is like that one bit in Split Fiction.
If was around, he'd definitely be able to raise the waters of the River of Souls into the sky.
Oh, true.
If Lady Hycelens was still alive, I think she might be able to do that too.
Wait, who's Lady Hycelens? Is she the one that inherited the Ocean Titan? She was. What killed her? Yeah, this is pretty trippy. Alright, almost done with my cake. Like after we were done with the party, we still had like half of the cake left. But then another one of my cousin was like,
to be able to discern both the past and the future.
I only left ourselves with like myself with like one slice of cake and just gave the rest to my cousin's family. I just needed one cake. Also, I wouldn't have self-control if I took all of the cake to myself. They were offering it to me and I was like, I wouldn't have self-control. It was a really good cake.
Oh, this place. Must have been a beautiful courtyard in the past.
Which anyways, I deserve a little treat. I haven't had any sweets like this entire week. So, and I go to the gym practically every day, so I deserve a little treat. One sec. You remember Casterus once spoke of the origins of the eulogistic butterfly. Some believe them to be the final obsession of the deceased. Others believe them to be Thanatos' messengers. They are always found in places where many have met their demise. The butterfly says, "Lost human, if you can say one last thing before leaving this world, what would it be?" I'm going to do a deep EP. Farewell, Honkai Star Rail. I'm going to do a deep EP. Short and to the point. I still recall the last words of some of the deceased, if you're curious. I'm curious. You seem to know a lot. I'm interested in some last words. You know what? That's all for now. I'll come back. Is this another person? Who's this?
Please excuse me. I am but a scholar from a distant land who had the misfortune of falling into the River of Souls and turned into a member of the dead.
Say what now?
Huh? This one seems to know that she's already dead.
Oh man, I'm getting a sugar rush from this. Yeah, it's super sweet. It's not too sweet, but it's like mousse, so there's like, you know, that like the upper half of the cake is just like pure sugar. So I'm getting a sugar rush.
Oh, I was merely speculating, but it seems I was right. And you, I recognize you. You're the Holy Maiden of Death from Idonia, right? I'm sorry. I cannot bring you back to life. However, should you desire it, I can end your prolonged limbo. I'm well aware of that. Even if you were able to revive me, I would never choose that option. That's because I didn't fall into the River of Souls by accident.
Oh.
Instead, I leaped into it to seek my death.
Oh.
Why?
Do a backflip.
If you could see the life I've led, then you would not reproach me so. My life was far too miserable. But I did not expect things to stay the same even in death. What a joke. In escaping my mortal life, I've entered a millennium of pain instead.
That's fucked up.
Circe's above. What cowards humans are. For we fear both life and death simultaneously. I'm sorry. I am also powerless to answer that question. That's all right, Holy Maiden. At least you are able to respond to me. Please, grant me death. Circe's above. Does this count as thinking till the moment I die?
She seems free.
I have seen too many farewells. Her distress is quite commonplace. There are those who will end their lives over what seems to be the smallest of worries. For some people, this power that I possess is a blessing rather than a curse. But I never managed to convince myself of that.
Cass, are you still trying to create a world without death?
Yes, because when placed under time's vast scales, there is no worry in this world that cannot be solved.
Oh, we gotta get... You should chat with Don Hung about this. Oh, right. Yeah, also she needs to play that one section in that Final Fantasy XIV Endwalker dungeon. What happened to that one civilization? You should chat with Don Hung about this.
This is a wish that I've held for almost a millennium. My mind might have changed once upon a time if people managed to strike up a friendship with me. But I've never been more firm in my conviction. Now that I've learned about your near-death state, it is my duty to wipe death from the face of this world.
Alright, well, we still have this whole dungeon to go through, right? Maybe we could... What the fuck? Not this asshole again. Does he know Cypher? Where is he? Oh. Come over here. Little punk. Give me my shit. Alright, perfect. Be right back real quick. Let's put this blade away.
Time to cleanse the filth.
Again?
Mimi!
Destined for oblivion.
Mimi!
Wilt here.
Yeah.
Embrace a new life.
I weep for the departed. It too shall fall.
Return to dust.
Let me compensate you.
Another blood debt repaid.
Okay, cool. Yeah, usually don't go for like sweets this late into the night. Usually ever only go for like granola bars or like a protein bar or collagen gummies or never something sweet. Anyways, whatever you say, give me my chest. Thank you. 40 stellar jades. Wait a minute, is Acheron on the banner right now? Oh, she is.
Wow. This place is so spacious. Is this the kingdom vault?
I get scared when I see these vertical structures.
Broken stairs, blocked paths. This place is gonna fall down soon. Do we need to enter that doorway to climb even higher? There seems to be a person.
Oh, more like a soul guarding it.
But how should we get up there?
What is that? Pieces of skeletons? Feels like... Huh.
The path is blocked yet again.
Don't worry about it.
Oryx's 8 always appears in times like this.
You got us here.
Convenient. Look, there's even a platform lift over there.
You've gone through like what? Nearly 7 hours, I think. In total for this patch. This patch is hella long.
A chest of the past has been left behind, but none of its treasures remain inside.
Like, I would say this is about as long as... like a whole Arc Knights event. Though I think actually Arc Knights events go for longer. At least in terms of like reading. Depends on your reading time mostly because Arc Knights events aren't voiced. And it's mostly the voice.
What if the miracle suddenly loses its effect?
What the fuck?
Mem, do you really want me to answer that?
Then we die. Wait, that's not a problem for Mem. She's like floating. Yeah, the main drivers of, Wait, why is Stell almost dead? Remember that fan art that I, like, posted in Discord? Where it was, like, Daniel and Kalis? And Kalis is, like, bleeding out? Wait, who? Why is Stell almost dead? She died. The fan art that I showed you earlier. My Stell? Oh, my Stell? Oh no, it's just Caster's passive. Don't worry, she's gonna get healed up. I thought you meant like lore. Thought you meant like lore.
Don't come any closer!
We're really playing into that roleplay? That's how Caster's effect. She steals everybody's HP, so she deals damage. She's killing you. That's why she has that infamous, like, global passive. She sucks you out of your life, so she can deal more damage. She suck.
Don't come near me!
Also, we could just play into, like, Stell role-playing into the bit.
Huh? Why does he look so panicked? Did the black tide monsters frighten him?
When you arrive, but she keeps sucking.
Or is he actually scared of his own extraordinary power?
Let me fight him.
There's no need to be alarmed. We're just passing by the area. See? None of us look threatening.
Except for me. I'll beat the shit out of you.
You have a point. Although, while this might once have been the royal vault, it's since been plundered empty. So please, go away right this instant.
You've misunderstood us. We simply heard your shouts as we were passing by, then decided to come over to find out what happened.
My goodness. Did I really yell out loud? How rude of me. I'm sorry to have bothered you. I merely saw a warrior. While that spirit didn't harm me, his blows really packed a hefty punch.
A warrior? Could it be?
Whoa. Cypher without the little shorts thing? Irina.
Wait a minute. You seem to be quite different from him. Are you actually alive? How can you walk around here while alive?
It's a long story. We're here to seek an audience with Thanatos.
Dear sister?
Thanatos? Who's that?
Is it possible that he's also living in the era before death descended?
Death? Could it be that you are here to defeat the evil dragon Pollux?
Pollux? Is that the embodiment of No. Death?
According to the warriors under the Centurion's
So what you're saying here...
evil dragon has been dead for quite a while. The curse that condemns people to death didn't originate from it. But they saw a girl within the dragon's embrace, and she is the true Reaper.
So what you're saying here is that Castorus is essentially a Pokemon trainer. We're gonna get her big dragon, their Giratina.
Pray tell, where is that girl right now?
I've heard that the Queen spared no effort in bringing her back to the castle. Her Majesty intends to control all of Amphorius with this unprecedented power. As for whether this rumor is true, well, no one knows.
You have my thanks for the invaluable insight that you've given us. Please, treat this touch as a token of my gratitude.
Oh.
You... Are you... Thank you.
This is his...
Another one?
Then you granted him death? That isn't like you. You would have refused even if I commanded you to do so.
I... don't know. I did it out of sympathy, believing that I wouldn't be racked with agony, but... I am still in a state of turmoil.
Sympathy? Sympathy for that youth who triumphed in every battle?
That young man was favored by Talantin, who taught him a move that will defeat any mortal enemy with a single blow and emerge victorious every time.
Wait, what? One Punch Man?
He could rely on that move to always achieve victory during Era Chrysia. However, now that death has descended upon the mortal realm, that divine swordplay also means he can send others to death at will. In other words...
You feel that he's similar to you?
Yes. Since he can never be inferior to others in martial combat, death would be the inevitable outcome every time he strikes. That's why he approached me and pleaded. Pleaded for me to put an end to all of this.
The suicidal One Punch Man?
You are perhaps feeling lost from making your peace with death in so abrupt a manner.
I have not made peace with death. I've seen the people of Idonia stand tall and proud in the face of death. Even before the fated finale arrived, they were already content with the lives that they'd lived. They had such proud expressions. Expressions that made me believe death would be an insult to these mortals. If the concept is truly a power, that a god had carelessly cast down upon the world. Perhaps death's authority was never meant to exist in this world. Just like how I shouldn't exist.
Wait a fucking minute, I don't like where this is going.
I won't refute your beliefs for now, but would you be interested in listening to a story of mine? It's a fairy tale from foreign lands, told by the person who brought you to me in that ice field long ago. A tale told by the Queen of Styxia.
What? Wait a minute.
The story came from her?
That means the girl born in the dragon's embrace, the personification of death these souls talked about. That's you, Cass?
With triple question marks.
I've already had an inkling for a while now. But I honestly have no memories of Styxia. My memories only begin after Amunet brought me to Idonia.
Anyways. Like... Casterus has already been kind of like implying it. She's gonna retrieve, she wants to retrieve the core flame.
Don't look back. Keep moving forward. Always.
It's yet another eulogistic butterfly. Are we getting closer to the Netherrealm?
Casterus wants to take back the core flame and remove the concept of death from this universe. Does that mean she wants to disappear herself? I think Casterus needs a person to talk to.
Oh, this is...
Living ones? Oh, could you be the scions of Styxia? Did you hear about the great work that I'm doing here, and have thus arrived to give me the last material that I need for transmutation?
Great work?
Have you heard of the great name of Pollux, perchance?
Its pilot is probably right here.
You don't have to describe it like that, miss.
My bad.
You have? Then that's good. During the Age of Myth, a time likely before your birth, I was the unsurpassed zenith of alchemy that none could reach. On the shoals of the River of Souls, I shall make Pollux soar again and bring death back to the world.
But didn't that dragon already bring death to the world?
Oh, looks like you don't know the whole picture. Well, it's true that the missing girl can grant death to mortals. Pollux, the one who delivered her onto this world, makes it so that humankind cannot die.
Oh.
So, it's just as I feared.
You and that dragons are you two the two sides of the same coin?
This is my guess. The deceased are supposed to drift down the River of Souls until they reach the end of the West Winds. But this River of Souls was blocked by Pollux' fall.
That's right. That's why it's imperative that I bring the dragon back to the mortal realm and make it soar the skies again. I have long since prepared my alchemical matrix in the tower. Although, I am still missing the most crucial material of all. That final ingredient, the final sacrifice, is none other than the girl who lives out her days with death.
Huh? What's going on? You didn't touch him, did you?
I know that I am no longer capable of carrying out that task. Take this, all of you, and please fulfill that great undertaking on my behalf.
This...
We had been inebriated in Fagusa's feast for too long before we began to seek divine bestowed death, so that we could be freed from the whims of fate. However, that brought doom upon us. Instead of summoning a supreme god, we encountered a monster that cut off the River of Souls. That detestable dragon Pollux denied all the dead from the gates of the Nether Realm. Unable to rest in peace, these departed spirits engulfed Styxia like a roaring tide. As a result, my city and its people no longer exist.
And that blockage has been happening since, like, the beginning of time then.
That child is the only person whom I managed to save.
At least for those who are in the who are stuck in purgatory.
Dragon's abdomen. She has possessed the talent of death since her birth. She must have been granted to us by the gods as a chance for us to atone for our sins. Please, you must nurture her to adulthood and prevent her from experiencing all of the suffering that we went through.
I promise that I will care for her as a mother, that I will protect her from the evils of death.
By Fagusa above, thank you for your kindness.
Oh, so the executioner took her in by request of her mom.
As her mother, please bless this child with a name before I am swept away by the River of Souls. Please, let me know how I should address her in my next life.
Yeah, so Mama was dying, so she left her to the executioner of Idonia to take care of her.
Oh.
Castorus has two moms?
Like how a transient raven butterfly, a fleeting papilio castor, perches on the twig of death. Castorus. That shall be her name.
That's where my name comes from?
What?
The sound's back. What is making that ruckus?
Living ones, don't waste your time bickering. The Netherrealm's wrath is falling upon you.
Black Tide Creations. When did they... Miss, please fight them with caution.
Be careful not to suffer the same fate as those Black Tide creatures!
Everyone, hide behind me!
Everybody's full health again for some reason.
Your body and mine. Everything in this world
is bleeding. Embrace a new life. Darkness with me.
Oh, there's so many of them. How are we holding up?
The big dragon casts
May death protect us!
the fuck you beam.
For the feast of strife.
What the mighty?
Upon their triumphant return. You?
Hey man, what's happening? I thought I was never gonna see him again. What? Or maybe he just died and he's making his way back to his body, like I mentioned before. Hey man, what's happening?
Lord Mighty?
Hey man, what's up? You're adventuring in the River of Souls too. I missed you so much that it almost killed me. Pun unintended.
Lord Mighty. You've been through some tough battles once again.
That black tide is endless. My death is only temporary.
Wait, is this what happens every time he dies? Yeah, this is literally what I thought, that he could just like revive himself again. That's crazy. He every time he dies, he keeps having to make the trip back to his own body.
I will find my path of return and go back to the world of the living and continue my protection.
Lord Mighty, I have always wanted to. Why does death reject you?
I'm the one resisting it. I must resist the temptation to go with the flow. I'll go against the current and kill my way out of this cursed nether realm. That is my destiny.
Is this really the Proud Mighty? He seems to be stuttering.
It seems like he's completely focused on resisting the temptation of the dead's whispers. He's working hard every minute to deny death. It seems his battlefield is not limited to the world of the living.
That's crazy. Mighty, my glorious king.
Lord Mighty, are you willing to travel with us? We're headed for the Matrix inside that tower, to summon Thanatos from their prolonged concealment.
I guess that's one more way to get Mighty relevant for one more patch. I was really worried we were never gonna see him again.
Thanatos. Challenge. Death.
That's right. If we can work together and defeat them, you won't have to be troubled by the curse of immortality any longer.
Let's go together, Castoris. Let the person who has brushed against death countless times guide your way.
That's really cool.
Are you sure you want to do this? The alchemist said he wanted you to be a sacrifice.
I'm not afraid. There's no reason for us to turn back anymore. Rather than standing still, taking action is by far the better option. Perhaps fate might take pity on us today and show some compassion.
Life is a puzzle in and of itself.
Oh, Sister Claire is playing Monster Hunter Wilds. I should watch her. There we go. Before you are rusted and broken chains, remnants of a path that once led to the tower.
This is going to be difficult.
Don't worry, power of the Oryx, you know. Watch me jump over.
Please calm down. If you were to fall into the icy cold river of souls, I'm afraid that you really would die here.
I love that Mem is copying Stella's stupidness here.
If I was more powerful, I would be able to carry one person with each limb and fly the four of us to the other side. The Rune of Recollection is here, but I can't find the miracle orb anywhere. So weird. Oh, could it be in that collapsed tower in the distance?
Collapse? Looks like it's your time to shine. 1 minute of Mem being useful comes from 1,000 days of training Mem.
That sounds so weird. Forget it. Just leave it to me.
My bad.
Don't forget to let your friends in on the action.
That moon is trippy. Look at that moon. Whoops. The moon is beautiful tonight. It is also very concerningly close. Like it's gonna drop on us. Brother Moons is alive.
Just shout for me when you need my help!
Go, Mem.
Got it! Just leave it to me!
Why are you yelling? We're right next to each other. Oh.
Mem did it.
The pink squirrel is very smart.
Why am I a squirrel now?
The miracle's range is limited. Please come a little closer.
The twin moons of Brace. This is some crazy visuals right here.
Aren't I a good fit for Oryx's priest?
Of course. You're the most competent priest ever.
That was a cute laugh from casters. What, is this the end?
The alchemical matrix
Whoa.
should be behind this door.
We could handle it. Wait, what?
Is that...
Wow, there are so many of you! It's little Cass and little Gray. Oh, there's also little D and the pink puppy!
Her memory's back. Well, I mean, she is in... Okay.
Trienne? Aren't you?
Trian and Mighty, I get it now.
Get what? I'm getting even more confused.
They're yellow because they're demigods. Also, they're golden blood.
This is the first time I've encountered a deceased friend while going upstream in the River of Souls.
It really works like this. Just like the other departed spirits we've encountered along the way, I'm also unable to sense the aura of the living on Lady Trian.
Okay, Miley is immortal. What's the case for Trian?
Yup, you're right. Trian already knows that she'll not be able to return to everyone's side. But Trian believed that little Cass would eventually return to the Netherrealm. So, Trian has been standing here, at this spot closest to the world of the living, and waiting for little Cass.
Oh. It must have been very tough for you.
But according to what Trian said, we're almost at the entrance of the Netherrealm. Trian promised Trevi and Trinan that when little Cass got here, Trian would get the gift ready and be the first person to run over and welcome you. So, little Cass, don't cry. Please, accept this.
Accept what?
Finally finished it.
Wah. Let me get a screenshot. Why is it an Axa on here? He thinks he's part of the team. Well, Trian thinks he's part of the team. Let me just spoiler this. Screenshot and spoiler. Cute.
This is what Lady Treeby once mentioned.
Oh, Dan Hung. I just realized. Dan Hung and Stell are here.
The gift for me that you didn't manage to finish.
The Holy Maiden of Janus. Even when separated by life and death, their thoughts are still connected.
Oh, that's crazy.
Trian spent a lot of time drawing this. Trian hopes that little Cass likes it.
Seriously? It's seriously a wonderful drawing. Lady Trian.
This is our flame chase journey.
Little Cass, we don't know what your journey was like before. Trevi has always said that it must have been a very harsh and frightening journey.
Yeah, okay, so Castorus is actually older than Triby, Trian, and Trinon, who I thought was supposed to be the oldest among them, but she's actually way older than them too.
But little Cass no longer has anything to fear now, because everyone is here with you in this flame chase journey!
That's right. Only now, when I see Lady Trian's gift, do I realize that I've already obtained so many things I would never have dared to dream of since I embarked on the flame chase journey. It's the first time I've gained so many companions. The first time I picked up the hobbies of crafting and photography. The first time I had dinner with someone else. The first time I went to the market to buy the Chimera doll I'd liked for a very long time and hugged it to sleep.
Cute.
The first time I wore a dress personally made by Lady Aglaya. The first time I went for a walk with Lady Treeby, Lady Trian, and Lady Trinan. The first time I enjoyed the night breeze and looked up at the stars with Miss Hyacin. The first time I took care of Dromasis with the Trailblazer. Looking back at all these experiences I never thought were possible, it feels as though the scales of my life had shrunk from centuries and decades down to minutes and seconds. And all of them are so precious.
Wait. She counts the memory of us fucking around with the Dromasis as like an important memory. We made it! We're in! We're in.
I took countless photos in the past, but they're all black and white landscapes. I don't have a single one with friends.
Yeah, this is truly the Caster's. Caster is the rock.
If I had known, I would have taken more pictures.
Shall we take one now? With your ghostly friends? With our ghostly friends.
Trian says yes! Trian likes little Cass and would love to take a picture with little Cass.
That's trippy. If we could bring the photo back and show it to everybody else, show it to all our friends, and we'd be like, what the fuck?
Sadly, being departed souls, our images cannot be captured in the world of the living.
Okay, fair.
I thought so too.
What? Are we seriously going to leave any room for regret?
There won't be any regrets. This vivid drawing surpasses any photograph from the world of the living.
Little Cass smiled. Treevee, Trinan, and Trian's wishes finally come true!
I remember you once said that fate is not the flowers that bloom at the end of the road, but where people tread beyond the gate. Now, the path that belongs to me is about to reach the end.
Wow, okay, we're almost there, I think.
Thank you for bringing me the final key.
Key? Little Cass, why are you talking in riddles all of a sudden?
I have a feeling that soon, this gift of yours will become the key to saving Mrs. Life.
Wait, Cypher's in the back, what? When did she pop up here? She just popped up like randomly. See, look. Yeah. That's hilarious, wait.
Wow, that's amazing! Then keep smiling and carry on bravely! Little Cass, Little Gray, everyone, see you tomorrow!
She said the thing again. Wait, nobody's gonna address Cypher in the back with a blinding smile. Trian's golden form disappears from the fog.
Trian.
Of Styxia's moonlight night.
The aura of this place. We have indeed reached the end of the stream of souls. If I go any further, I might lose myself. I must leave now, for the black tide still wreaks havoc in the realm of the living.
Okay. Thank you for joining us. Very sweet of Mighty to come up and join us here. Can you find your way out? I think he's done it before, so...
I have broken free from the chains of death countless times.
Yep.
This time will be no different. Castorus, will you fulfill your duty for the flame chase?
Nobody's still acknowledging Cypher in the background.
I have yet to make my decision, Lord Mighty.
No matter. Make the choice your heart desires. Even if it takes 1,000 years of waiting. I will continue to fight till I die. Then rise from death till the miracle descends.
There is one more thing you should know, Lord Mighty.
What is it?
Professor Anaxa may have deduced the principles behind the Era Nova. You and I...
Oh yeah.
May be reincarnated as strife and death in the next cycle. Becoming calamities wreaking havoc upon the world.
Oh yeah, that's a fucked up fate for them, huh? Yeah, we've already like settled that part of the information that we've learned, but I've never considered the ramifications of them being the Titans of Strife and Death, which means they're gonna be the wreaking havoc, as Caster said here, in the New World as well. They're fated to become the Ops, and the reincarnation of this universe. And after everything that they've done.
Is that all? Are you going to accept such a fate without complaints?
Do you have a strategy to shatter the shackles of our fate?
I haven't found it yet. Perhaps I never will.
Then, cease wasting your thoughts on futile matters.
Lock in.
Control what little you can. And when fate's inescapable grasp comes, resist it with the strength of your mighty will.
My glorious king. Telling it in a way.
Thank you, Lord Mighty. I will find the right decision.
He's telling you to lock in.
In the name of strife, may you meet a fitting end.
What's Cypher doing here? She's contributed nothing in the conversation so far.
The alchemical matrix the spirit mentioned. Let's see. We need to insert Aquila's sky, Georios' earth, Kephal's fire, Fagusa's ocean, and Nestia's love.
It seems our sweet Princess Homebody has made up her mind. In that case, seamstress, I suppose I no longer need to deliver your message. My time is rather precious after all.
Whether you wish to break free from death or not, please, follow your heart. By the promise you once made, I ask that you fulfill your duty one final time. Castorus, please, live as a human, and die as one.
According to that alchemist, the final piece is supposed to be me. However, he is not privy to the past, and therefore cannot see the full picture.
The past?
I saw the twins of death in Kephal's memory, and now I am certain that I was one of them. The trial of the Hand of Shadow demanded taking the life of your family. I died during that trial, falling before the gate to the new world. And my sister, whom I never met, became the Titan Thanatos of this cycle. She was consumed with regret over my death, so she used the Titan's authority to reforge my soul, Yet, it also means she has never revealed herself to anyone, hidden away from the entire world. That's because the Titan she became already fell at the start of everything. They died for me, and now lie in slumber in the River of Souls.
You mean Pollux?
Europe.
That's right. The River of Souls is no material river. It cannot be blocked by ordinary means. Only a divine corpse can prevent the dead from reaching the next world.
Did we call it like before? Something like the dragon is actually her twin. I feel like we did on one of the earlier streams.
And that's why we have to awaken Pollux from death before we can retrieve the core flame of death. We have to reforge its body with the power of alchemy.
But Cass, if that alchemist speaks the truth, does that mean you're also part of the dragon body?
According to those departed spirits, I was indeed born as the dragon's twin. But before we talk about that, have you heard the sighs?
You sighed many times on the way here. I did when I was collecting the souls.
I heard them too. So what are those?
I think it's probably the sign of Pollux's wish being fulfilled.
Oh yeah, I remember those whispers too. They kind of sounded like Orynyx's whispers.
They must have realized how heavy a price they'd need to pay when they used their divine authority to resurrect a dead woman. That's why they exerted every ounce of their strength to send me to Styxia, a city that called for death, a land where none is hostile to death. They never saw their wish fulfilled and fell so prematurely, all because they wanted to give me a new life. Pollux must really want to know how their sister has been after giving their all to save her. That wish is the reason Pollux's soul still lingers in the mortal realm even after their fall, quietly watching and documenting every detail of their sister's life.
So instead of picking up objects on the way here,
We were instead showing things to a strand of yearning that lingers here. Now, we must weave these yearnings together and restore them into Pollux's complete soul.
but all of this is just a hypothesis, right? What if we go through with the ritual and it turns out totally different?
That's fine. As Professor Anaxa often reminds us, such is the nature of alchemy. The true outcome can only be known once the process is complete. This is why alchemy is also known as the miracle of creation. Now, the puzzle of Pollux's yearnings is nearly complete, with only one final piece remaining. I shall reveal what they have been yearning to know in the alchemical matrix.
The atelier.
I will show them my whole life since I left Styxia. Lady Trienne has already drawn a picture of my entire life, and it is now in my hands.
We're gonna force Pollux to watch the trailer. Casters' trailers.
Then, let the ritual begin. And now, the objective is complete. That is all. Such is what Professor Anaxa always says after preparing for an alchemical ritual. And now, Pollux, I shall lift you from the River of Souls and reforge your soul. Perhaps you will be disturbed by this. and your body may become horrifying to behold. But if even the slightest trace of your soul remains, the soul that once ferried me to this side of the shore, then please, look at me. I wish to thank you in person. I have obtained everything you sacrificed your divinity for. Lady Almanette.
Did she recognize you? Oh, she must be the first soul we can communicate with here, right?
I'm afraid she is just another spirit trapped here, like the rest of them. The only difference is that I was there when she died. Please, go on. I'm listening. Are you about to tell the story of Styxia?
Yes. You're just as smart as I imagined, but... never mind. Now's not the time.
There's no need to worry, Elder. Take a look around you. You're already at the resting place of the dead.
The world of the dead. But how?
How's she back? She was personally touched by casters.
I understand that you chose to remain silent about the story to protect Casterus, the girl who coexists with death. But you no longer need to hide that story. I can assure you that you have protected that girl's life well.
Oh. Well, in that case, let me begin. Styxia, the pearl of the ocean, plagued by unwarranted calamity and ravaged by death in the fairy tale. It was the first city-state to shift their faith towards death, even before Idonia did. From where you stand now, I suppose that's a bit hard to believe. Right?
Indeed. I cannot imagine that those from the Era Chrysia, blessed with eternal life, could ever yearn for death.
I have pondered the same question, child. But I am afraid there is no clear answer to it.
Simply, what was that? Like, that reminds me of this, keeps reminding me. It's Endwalker again, that one dungeon in Endwalker, where that one civilization, like, fell into, like, what? Decadence? What's that dungeon called again? The Dead Ends, yeah. Trying to remember what the name of the... We're Endwalker.
Journeys
again.
And epics are only glorious and magnificent because all things eventually fade to dust. That's how someone once explained to me why death is necessary to the world. But I still can't take that as the final answer. Would a world without journeys and epics be worse off?
I take it the one who spoke this line was a general, or perhaps a warrior.
Nice. Oomph. Nicador himself, you know?
I, however, did find some inspiration in these words. Would you like to hear my thoughts, Casterus?
Please enlighten me, Lady Almanette. Though I have already made up my mind on how to handle the authority and core flame of death. Your words might truly guide me toward the path forward.
You and I are neither warriors nor generals. Therefore, journeys and epics cannot truly resonate with us. But what if I reframe it like this? What if love is not a trait bestowed upon mortals by Nestia, but a blessing from death?
Huh.
Love. No one ever invented the word cherish in the era when life was eternal. For all the good things in the world can be revisited endlessly. And every bond formed carried no risk of being severed.
Huh. That's an interesting take on death.
The so-called Era Chrysia was an age devoid of both virtue and sin. People did not truly live. They simply existed, going through the motions without passion or purpose, then waiting for something to happen. Perhaps the people of Styxia chose to embrace death not out of fascination with its cruel and fearsome side, but instead became fixated and obsessed with the impulses and desires tied to a finite existence.
Therefore, death is not a thing of fear and desperation, but...
That's right, Casterus. It is the reason we shed tears when parting ways, and also the original spark that ignited the passion of mortals. If you truly intend to deprive the world of death, then be prepared to witness it return to a state of stagnation.
Yep. We're gonna turn into Elden Ring.
I understand, Lady Amunet.
Civilization is gonna it's gonna fall from decadence. No death, the whole place is just gonna turn into Elden Ring, Dark Souls.
Our limited lifespan shapes all that we know and love. Not even the Death Titan has the right to take that away from humankind again.
Yeah, it is because our... Yeah, that is a very interesting take on death. Some very interesting topics that they're tackling with this patch. It is because of our limited life that we are capable of love.
Nestia's love was the chrysalis of Gold's first blessing, but it most likely wasn't understood by mankind. We only learned to interpret this wonderful gift after Thanatos' arrival. If the world was bereft of death, then the Queen of Styxia wouldn't have played midwife in delivering me into this world. You wouldn't have welcomed me into Idonia, and Aglaya would never have invited me to join the Flame Chase journey. None of these stories would ever have happened. And I would never have lived, let alone found happiness. Thank you, Mother.
Mother! G Casters, why do you get two moms?
I will use all the love I've experienced in this long life to complete the final miracle.
It's kind of like special week.
My teacher, Anaxagoras, grant me the wisdom of all things. I call upon thee, the stripped dead dragon's corpse. rises from the earth, falls from the sky. As above, so below. This is the greatest power of all powers. Unstoppable in this world. The great work that commands all death. I shall grant you embrace.
There's some crazy visuals to this fight. What? This boss is freaky. An ally target's HP is reduced, accumulates Desperate Bubble. Upon reaching the limit, remove damage mitigation and enter the enhanced state. What?
Is the girl who once saved my life truly gone? Or will you show yourself again once we eradicate this hatred and regret?
Be of your body and mind.
Free will, or was it fate?
Root here. Embrace a new life.
Oh shit, Pollux, that's you.
And I know you're anxious. It's not so fragile. Shh. Don't be afraid.
Look, Pollux, that's you.
Darkness with me.
I weep for the departed. It too shall fall.
There's no more need to weep in grief. I will grant you peace. Yes, it's me. I'm back.
No, casters, we can't be using this.
May death protect us!
She has damage reduction.
May the foul stench dissipate quickly. Yeah.
Be careful.
Alright, there we go.
They may be moving by instinct, but there is fury welling up within them. Please cherish this time. Return to dust!
Whoa. GG's.
Please, don't turn back to the Nether Realm. Oh, death. Sleep in peace. I'm sorry I have to wake you up from ancient death. And I know you're anxious. Shh. Don't be afraid. Do you remember me? I'm the girl you once carried across the Sea of Souls. I'm sorry I wasn't able to remember you, but with the help of many people, I was finally able to pick up these broken fragments of my past. I'm back, Pollux.
Pollux, Pollixia, right.
I know this might not be what you wanted. But I have to do this. So please, carry me across the Sea of Souls again and return me to the Netherrealm, just like you did in the past. Please take me to where the core flame of death rests. I'll be going now.
No! Great, let's go. Is it just her? Okay, weird.
You look scary, but as long as...
What the fuck? Uh-oh, what's happening?
What's wrong?
I feel dizzy. I think I'm done for. Time's up, it looks like.
Are you...
What's wrong with her?
Time's up, friends.
Her time is almost up. If I don't go now, I'm afraid her soul will return to Thanatos' embrace before me.
What? Oh no! Is there anything we can do?
Don't worry. I promised I would ask Thanatos for the Trailblazers' right to roam the Earth again. Mem, stay here and keep a close watch until I return, all right?
All right. I'm the best at taking care of others. Go on, Cass. Make sure not to leave yourself with any regrets.
Take your time, I can still hold out.
It's a deal then.
I'm fucking dying, but you know, take your time. Don't worry about me. This is your moment.
Please.
Reunite with your sister, catch up, you know?
Wait for me.
Oh, you sit in your little dingy, eager to hear my song and follow closely behind. Please turn back. Oh, this is a poem. Like I can't read fast enough.
After all that, you still ended up back here.
Big sister. Wait, what?
So the legends were true. The Netherrealm really is a sea of flowers.
Yes.
Big sister Polixia.
Just like the flower fields we tended to back then.
Holy shit, there's two of them.
Is that you, Polixia?
Do you remember me?
I don't have the memories from that time, but I've seen you before during an experiment.
I see. Call me Thanatos, then. It'll be easier. However, since you recognize the name, you must already know everything about Thanatos, right?
Yes. I'm here to reforge the order of life and death in Amphorius.
Which ending of Elden Ring is this?
You know, my sister was a sympathetic, but rather sensitive person. Whenever she didn't want to say what was on her mind, she would avoid eye contact and look off into the distance. Just like what you are doing now.
Can you tell me about the last Era Nova? What did you do, Polixia?
Where should I begin? I suppose we can start from the beginning.
You know, as I said, take your time in there, catch up with your sister. I'm dying, but don't worry about it. I'll deal with it. It's kind of like that kind of mindset you take at work where you don't want to, like, inconvenience your co-workers when you're new.
A long, long time ago, there were a pair of like-minded twins. As foretold in the prophecy, they were chosen to be successors to the god of death. But fate was cruel. The price of attaining divinity was to take the life of a family member with our own hands.
That trial was indeed recorded in that memory.
Then you should already know that my sister voluntarily gave up her own life so that I could ascend as the demigod of death. But I couldn't accept that. Why did we have to kill each other for a future she'd never see herself? That's not fair.
Again, going back to that, like, concept of death and love going hand in hand here.
So, while weaving the laws of the new world, I shattered the forbidden bottom line for life and death. I reshaped my sister's soul and took the form of the great dragon Pollux to carry her up the River of Souls and back into the mortal realm. But our fates were already decided and manifested in unexpected ways in response to my futile actions. Aging is an unbreakable law of nature laid upon humankind, created at the same time as death. When the living die, their souls will meet Thanatos, who would determine where every soul goes.
The visuals in this patch has been crazy.
If the Reaper raises their left hand, the soul is granted death and allowed to enter the Netherrealm to await reincarnation. If they raise their right hand, the soul is rejected by the Netherrealm and returned to the mortal realm to continue walking the earth.
That's why the Hand of Shadow can only lay down judgment and not embrace another being.
Yes. Death was originally a pair of hands, but they were split in twain when we reached the mortal realm, never to touch each other ever again. The half of Thanatos that represents life, the undying human who grants death, that was the curse I forced upon you.
Then, what about you?
As the half of Thanatos representing death, I shoulder the fate of defying death. I died the moment I entered the world of the living. From then on, my Titan also no longer existed in this world. The cycle of life and death stopped. Souls were denied their audience with death, and were left stranded within an ever-rising river of the dead. What irony. My selfish desire to save your life gave you and the world a fate far worse than death instead.
No wonder, okay. No wonder this whole place was given that Elden Ring vibes.
Then, what was left of my reason was left behind in the Netherrealm, where I've been taking care of these flowers day after day, until there is now a sea of them, all while mulling over the subject of life, death, parting, and enduring an endless loneliness.
This is the first time I've ever seen like a wheelchair in one of these.
Absurd indeed.
In one of these open world, not open world, New Age gacha games. This is such a crazy visual right here, look. Yeah, they've upped the visuals for this patch.
Our lives were a mirrored image of one another, like a pair of hands. Even so, we arrived at the same destination. We walked different paths, yet experienced the same pain.
I had hoped that maybe you would at least have a good life in this cycle. I'm sorry.
I lived my life well. It didn't go to waste. As far as I'm concerned, you did nothing wrong.
Even though I forced the authority of granting death to humanity upon you, a total stranger.
Too many responsibilities were forced upon me in the course of this long journey. I was once lost, even upset. But I realized recently that if it weren't for your blessing, I wouldn't have understood the source of these emotions, nor would I have realized my purpose. I wouldn't have made it here to reunite with my missing half. And we wouldn't be discussing our past while sharing the same view of this landscape. I wouldn't have understood the meaning of our existence.
The meaning of our existence.
This sea of flowers blooms on dead land, because we sowed it with the seeds of our separation and watered it with our tears of loneliness. Yes, the only thing death is allowed to create are flowers that bloom from blood and tears. That's why Thanatos cannot create living beings at will, nor can the hand of shadow determine a person's remaining days. Because the life and death of mortals should never be dictated by another's will.
Are you saying there's no point in Thanatos' existence?
No. No single being can bear the scales of life and death on their own, not even a god. Life and death weigh equally heavy. We both know that now, don't we?
You, too, must have had a difficult life. We've taken quite the ridiculous journey together.
That's putting it lightly.
I had a feeling, even back then, that we would meet again one day. Not to embrace one another after a long separation, but to come in search of retribution. Tell me the answer that's already been written, and let us draw this seemingly endless fate to a close. It's been far too long. I've waited here for centuries, watching day after day as desperate spirits are denied by this lonely wasteland. I always hoped I would see you among them, but I was also afraid of seeing you. I didn't know how I could possibly face you again, but more than anything, I was afraid that you might have forgotten all about me.
I know. But don't you see, Polixia? I made it back anyway. You don't have to shoulder death's authority on your own anymore. It was always meant to be held in two hands anyway.
The Arliss caster is stuck here?
So, let's give our core flame to her, and have her take it back to the mortal realm.
No, she's stuck here.
Their cycle of life and death. Our responsibility as Thanatos was never about picking out favorite souls. We were only meant to watch over life. Let's tend the field together and create a warm sea of flowers for all the souls to come.
Ah, she's stuck here, no.
What do you think, Polixia?
Yes, just one last step. You shall wither, and through that, the dead will sprout again from the remains, and be reborn with the dead flame.
Yeah, what about the prophecy?
As foretold by the prophecy, Thanatos' authority is only destined for only one person to wield. As the Chrysos heir of death, as their demigod, as a titan, our fated moment has arrived once again.
Just like before.
Yes, just like before. But unlike that time, the ones undergoing the trial this time are prepared.
You've made up your mind?
Yes, as dictated by fate. But I won't be afraid. As long as you're here with me. Complete your trial in this life. Grant me the embrace of death, and light the spark of life ablaze. You've been tempered by life and death. I know you'll be able to give this wasteland its first breath of life. Like a raven butterfly, flying swiftly into the netherrealm, perching on the twig of death.
We're gonna lose casters?
I will. After this,
no!
I will remain permanently in the Netherrealm. The River of Souls shall return here and rain down from the sky, scattering souls across the earth.
And then bringing them to the Netherrealm.
The cycle of life and death will flow once again. This sea of flowers you sowed shall bear countless joyous or sorrowful souls, and bloom evermore.
What is that one ending in Elden Ring where... Was there an ending in Elden Ring where death was reintroduced back into the balance? I don't remember. Death into the order, destined death.
Thank you. Just one last thing. Can you grant me one wish?
A hug?
Of course. What is it? Please. Don't forget me. I promise you. When we meet in the next world, even if I have endured another reincarnation, even if we do not know each other's names, I will still hold you tightly in my arms, just like what I did when we were born. Castorus. Castorus. You're as beautiful as a fleeting butterfly.
Wow. Wait, I gotta get a screenshot of this. Oh, they hugged!
I will bring rest to death. And from now on, stagnant life will once again flow.
Good patch. Good patch. At the same time an Akama? What? Loud cheers from afar.
Time flies. In the blink of an eye, the 15th entry hour is already at hand.
Oh.
When this farce is over, your soul will be placed on the scales of life and death. Are you ready?
No need to ask so many times. Of course I am.
Then why do you drag your feet? Is your fear of crowds holding you back again?
What time is it?
I simply find them too noisy. Paying attention to conceited fools like them would be an utter waste of my time.
Such harsh words. As I see it, you are no less arrogant than they are.
I couldn't agree more.
Oh. I did not expect to hear that from you. Are you not going to refute me?
He's about to die, doesn't care anymore.
I know myself better than you think I do. At the very least, better than a stowaway like you.
And they say men whose ends are nigh have but kind words. Well, that is exactly why I chose you.
Should I thank you for the compliment?
The hour of the trial has come. Do you have an answer for me? And how will you prove the veracity of your argument?
I suppose there is no point in putting this off any longer. Do you recall where we stopped the last time?
You were saying that Amphorius's history is cyclical.
Indeed. The demigods that bear the core flames eventually become the new titans at the world's end. Remember what happened on the Holy Mountain? Calypso, Naias. As their destined ends approached, one by one they left this world, leaving only the twins, who are fated to succeed death. Unfortunately, while their journey is consistent with ours, you and Calypso, as well as Nikador and Naias, act as supporting evidence. I can only come up with a rough sketch for my theory of a cyclical history. For all the pains I took to reach this point, I had already lost hope of ever obtaining definitive proof. After all, the past is in the past. Proving that we are the legacies of heroes of the past is a hopeless endeavor.
Can't prove something that got erased from existence.
That is, until I met a girl named Polixia and her sister. If Castorus was truly sent from the past to the present for the Titan's self-serving reasons, then having lived through 2 cycles, and with Styxia as the pivot,
She will no doubt be the link to connect all of this together.
Yeah, that's pretty funny. Like, the selfishness, the love that these two sisters had for each other was helped Anaxa here.
If the Twins of Death can bridge 2 cycles to reunite at the shores of the Sea of Souls, then my hypothesis will no longer be just a hypothesis. And you too will get the answer to your question.
Well, that is all well and good, but how can you be so sure? If there is even the slightest error in your hypothesis, the girl will be shattered.
No, he's right.
It matters not. The most important quality a scholar must possess is foolhardiness. If you are overly cautious, then you'll never have the gumption to make the first step, and change will never come. Besides, I, Anaxagoras, am destined to overturn this farcical world. Come, let us go and teach those pathetic worms one final lesson.
Yeah, he knows he's got it. How much longer is this batch? Let's see. Motherfucker, there's still like a whole hour left? Hour and a half left? Alright, you know what? I'm gonna stop here. Continue tomorrow, finish this off tomorrow. Only just about an hour left, so it won't be I won't be going for too long. Not like I don't have anything else lined up to play anyway. Besides maybe Zenless Zone Zero. I could do Trigger Story just for fun until Lunar Remastered Collection drops in like a couple more days. Chat. That'll be it for me for tonight. That should conclude Caster's story. She's stuck in the Sea of Souls, unfortunately. For now, until we get her back. Maybe. I'm hoping. I'll finish this off tomorrow. GG's for all the friends that dropped by. It's nearly 2 a.m. Much appreciated. I hope you all have a great evening. I don't want to overstay for too... I do still want to play Path of Exile. I'm still probably gonna play Path of Exile to lull me to sleep, but for now I'll be done. Just finish this off tomorrow. Should have enough time. If I start early enough, there's only like an hour left. But yeah, GG's. See y'all later. Peace out. Have a good night.
Oh.